venue, right?
Oh, it's so elite.
Yeah. Perfect. We're so happy that everyone is here. Like, this was insane this year. We sold out in 20-ish minutes, which has never happened. It's all thanks to you guys.
Absolutely crazy.
Really nice. We're really humble about that. It's awesome, actually. Bigger venue.
Unfortunately, a little bit crowded to get in, so we do apologize for that. There was a big line around the block I saw. But, I mean, I think most people are in here now.
Exactly. So this year we have some logistic challenges as well, which will be fun, because easy is not fun. But we have to talk. We have to do some adulting now. That's why. So if you're able to listen to us just once, this will be the thing, right?
Yeah, this is a good time to do it.
From now on, nothing is important, right? So in case of fires and zombies, we have to leave the premises.
There are emergency exits. You will find them marked behind you. There's 4.
Yep.
There's another one right there.
But then again, we don't trust you guys. So we have people for that. So in case of fire, we will leave through the emergency room or emergency exits. And then there will be a bunch of different exits that we can disembark through. But we are going to listen to the staff from the hotel. They will wear orange vests and sort of guide us outside. And the sort of meetup point is over here.
Yeah. But hopefully this won't be an issue.
Exactly. So no fires, please. Restrooms, there are everywhere, basically. Outside of that door, we have a bunch of them all the way down.
Down that corridor as well.
Exactly.
And at the very end of the sponsor area.
Good. Yeah, goodie bags.
I'm sure you all had them.
Hopefully, yeah, you have, because you had to pass through the thing with the thing and everything. Don't throw them away, because there are drink tickets inside. Yeah, and other things as well. Or throw them away. But there are a bunch of stuff in it, so have a look. Yeah.
Sponsor area, yeah, you've already probably been through it. There's Torpsalen as well, which was painted by Eva Torp, if anyone's interested in that. So don't forget to check that out.
Piece of trivia.
And there's a bunch of villages. Are we getting onto that already?
Oh, it's coming soon.
Okay, code of conduct. This is important.
Yeah, this is really important.
You can spend a moment reading through it, but basically it adds up to don't be a dick.
Yeah.
And if you are, we will throw you out.
Yeah. And if you see something, say something, basically. Yeah. So there is no shenanigans going on in that sort of thing. You could get banned for life. Be nice.
Yeah. And if you do see something that's inappropriate, please let any of the goons know, me or Jesper, anyone wearing like a security vest, and we'll take care of it.
Yeah. Because this is a con for everyone. Period. Yes.
This is now the logistical nightmare, which is lunch.
The bell curve of intelligence is in this room, like the top of it, so I think we will sort it out, right?
Yeah, we should be okay.
So, everyone has a lanyard. There are 3 colors. Might be 4. No, there is actually 3 colors. And those colors dictate where you eat.
Yeah, so they will correspond to signage pointing you to the correct restaurant, because we couldn't find a place to put 600 people all at once.
If you have a good venue that had a kitchen that could facilitate 600 people at the same place, let us know.
But yeah, so we will have staff as well around to help guide you to the lunch areas when we get there.
Yeah.
But basically, make sure the restaurant you're walking into has signage that matches the color of your lanyard.
And now every vegetarian or everyone with an allergy are freaking out right now, because this says nothing about allergies. Don't you worry. If you have a green lanyard, you're taken care of.
Yeah.
But if you're a vegetarian having a blue one, then we have a problem.
Yeah, so if you have any dietary restrictions, you're gonna want to have a green lanyard, basically.
Yes.
And these are the different restaurants. So the top one is the lounge on floor 2, as you can see. At Park is the one in the lobby where some of you had breakfast. And Park Lane is also available. It's next door, but it's available through the lobby. There's a sneaky ninja passage.
Exactly. We've created a ninja passage, which is through that door, and just follow the signs. It's a blue one. You will find it out. And if you get lost, call someone, and we will try to help you.
Yep. Right, dinner.
Yes. Dinner, that's good. It's going to be served in this hall, which is cool and all.
You will recognize the setup from previous years.
Yeah. But we have to leave this room during that sort of 1.5 hour break where we...
Yeah, they need to turn this place into a restaurant at some point.
And that will probably happen sooner or later.
Yeah.
But the door over there, that exit over there, will be closed off then, because there is an elevator there, so they have to put on the shenanigans in here. So don't use that door.
So yeah, after the last talk, we'll have about an hour and a half break.
And this is where you go to your sponsor area and show all our amazing sponsors.
Go spend your drink tickets in the bar, etc.
And speaking about bars, there's a party, of course. It's going to be held in here as well. And there is always a quiz, of course.
A fantastic quiz.
Yes.
Who's ready for the quiz? Yeah. That's what I like to hear.
Nice.
Unfortunately, we tried to get him to extend the opening times to 2, but we were shut down.
Yeah. I think we got 30 minutes, though. It was something.
Yeah, so last call is 12:30 tonight. But there are other bars available on this street.
Yeah.
So, which is probably good for tomorrow's speakers.
Yeah. New this year is that we have a bunch of rooms. We actually have vacant rooms as well, because we rented the entire floor. So this is a call for arms. Next year, if you want to host a village, let us know. We have room for you. But this is the rooms we managed to sort of faff together this year. So Benjamin went crazy. He rented out an arcade, like an entire arcade. So all of those games is in one room, which is cool. We have a chill-out room where you can just chill out.
Exactly.
Chill in.
We have a CTF room.
CTF room. And then we have a badge village where you can solder your badge, basically.
Yeah, and we will have the creator of the badge there to help you out. Abhinav, are you in here?
Abhinav and Lars.
Somewhere.
There we have Lars.
At the back there.
Yeah, they will be there helping you sort it out. And of course, there is a CTF in the badge.
Yes.
Of course there is.
There are challenges everywhere with this concept.
But we have soldering irons, components, and everything in the badge village. You can go there and tinker with things. And yes.
Yeah, so some links. We have the CTF, obviously the schedule, and stream, which is hopefully going on right now. Peter, yes, we got a thumbs up from Peter. Great.
We have to give Peter a round of applause. And Bash Sekti.
Definitely.
We have one guy who does our streaming, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and then if you're on the app formerly known as, then you can use that hashtag, or indeed on any other social media.
Yep. 22.
22. We actually kind of made it, almost in time. So I think, is that about it?
I think that's about it.
So let's... Yeah,
welcome our first speaker, I think.
Yeah, let's do it. And also, thank you guys so much for coming.
Yeah.
This is going to be a great year. Thank you.
So, welcome to the stage, Jim Manico. We have to continue applauding, guys.
Check one. Running a security conference is hard, thankless work, right? Do you know how much effort has gone into making this happen? So we have Jasper and we have Johan. Give them a big round of applause for making this happen. Thank you both. You both run an exquisite, amazing conference. It's truly my honor to be here. And who pays for the party? Thank you to Mullavad and all the other sponsors for sponsoring this conference. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here. Give them a round of applause, too. Let's see if we got this. All right, I'm live. Yeah, here we go. Now, why do I come to this conference? I'm very honored to give a keynote, but I really show up for one main reason, to get a selfie on stage with the audience. Are you okay with this? Can I get a little selfie? Come on, show me some love. Hands up. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. All right, my life is complete now. I appreciate that. And I have one note from my girlfriend. She's like, Jim, don't take your shirt off. So I was recently giving a training to a big professional insurance company, and it was really hot where I live in Copenhagen. There's no air conditioning. So in the middle of the training, I just took my shirt off, and I got in trouble by HR. I had to have this big talk with all the managers. Please, and they actually had to give an announcement. Please, Jim, don't take your shirt off when you're giving a training. So my girlfriend said, Jim, keep your shirt on. And I promise you, I will do that. Oh, we're in Sweden now. Anything goes. All right, but let's get to work. I want to talk about the history of application security over the last 60 years or so. The reason I build this talk is because I know many of us working in the world of information security, you're stressed out. You're feeling overwhelmed. People don't always listen to your advice. And the progress that you see around you is slow at best. So most people that I know who work in information security, and I mean people on the front line doing pen testing, doing security analysis, people who are corporate security officers, the common thread that I see is that they're very stressed out. They're not listened to, and that things are not advancing as fast as we would like them to. Anybody agree with that? Anybody feel that at all in their work? A few people? So I'm not saying what we do is not easy, but it's all about perspective and context. And what I've seen is that, my grandfather was a professional historian. My father was into history, and I like it as well. When you zoom back and look at the history of application and information security, it's a very different perspective. And I think it's a very positive message that we are making dramatic progress. We are helping solve these security problems. And in many cases, we are making the world a safer place. But it's all about perspective, and that's what I want to show you. So this is a very extremely abridged history of application security, that things really are getting not just better, but they're getting a lot better. My name, again, is Jim Manico. I've been a professional software developer for 30 years. I'm an educator, and I volunteer a lot of my time for the OWASP Foundation in a variety of different projects. Who cares about me? So let's go back to ancient times, right? When did modern information security really start is what I want to ask. And I think it really starts in the late 60s. In October of 1967, there was a task force organized by the Advanced Research Project Agency to study and recommend computer security safeguards that would protect classified documents in the US. Now, the report of this task force, which functioned under the Defense Science Board, this was published by the RAND Corporation. You know the RAND Corporation? They're like a weird, creepy, pseudo-government think tank that would be like where James Bond villains would come from. Anyways, so this is like about February of 1970, and the Office of the Director of Research and Engineering, Department of Defense, was tasked to publish this report, one of the first security reports in history on the state of information security. Guess what that report said about the state of computer system security back in 1967? Anybody have a guess? Yeah, it was pretty messed up. It was bad. It was basically, there is no security. And what they're saying is, if we start taking these government systems that are protecting classified data, and we put them online in any way, even a modestly resourced adversary would be able to break in. So this is a wake-up call. Like, we're starting to really build modern computer systems to run the world. And it's not that the security is bad, is that it doesn't exist. And this was the first big wake-up call that we need to start doing security testing across all the systems that run the world. And so what were so let's look at the history of security testing. The very first security pen test kit in the world was from the Alan Turing's team, the bomb. This is saving the free world, cracking Enigma. Do you know what the bomb was? Was it like an advanced piece of software? What was the bomb? How did they make it? Yeah, but what physically was it? Like when I do pen testing, I'm using a computer and software, right? What was the bomb? Was it an advanced piece of software? It was hammer and nails and physical switches. When they wanted to set new codes, they literally click different physical switches. It was literally made as a physical construction, hammer and nails and cranks. And ain't no advanced software. I mean, a little bit of software, but it was a physical device built to crack what at the time was one of the best encryption devices in the world. This is where security testing starts. Hammer, nails, metal, and wood. This is back like 1938. By the way, who created the technique in the bomb to crack Enigma? Was that Turing? No, it wasn't. And I have a lot of respect for Alan Turing. He saved the free world. But do you know who actually created the technical methodologies to crack Enigma? It was a Polish researcher who then got like pushed to the side. It's like Wolski. And so it's like some of the real heroes of modern security testing, they're lost in history. And again, I'm not trying to attack Alan Turing. He did great stuff for the world. But go look at your history. The real researcher was a PhD from Poland who discovered how to crack Enigma, the actual mathematics behind it. And he's lost in history, but he saved the free world. Let's move on. I forgot his name because he's lost in history. Anyways, moving on. 1965, we have William Matthews from MIT finding security bugs in Multic CTSS. This is the first multi-user computer, and the password storage file, the heart of security for the system, was like a text file that anyone on the system could print out. This is not the greatest security of a multi-user operating system. Let me switch my perspective here for a second. There we go. 1972, James P. Andersson produces the first security testing report evaluating the federal government, the Andersson report. It even sounds creepy, but this is like one of the most modern advanced reports that got declassified. And again, guess what the summary of this report was? There's no security, and this is going to really be a problem in the future. We got to get working on this. The Air Force starts modern security testing in the U.S. in 74. In 1979, the first static analysis tool comes out. What's static analysis? This is the heart of application security. This is a specialized compiler that looks at your code with the rule system and will tell me if there's security bugs theoretically in your code. Today, these tools are incredibly advanced. Back in 79 is when the first code scanning tool came out, right? In 1998, this is great. This is Jeff Forrestal publishing an article in Frack Magazine 54. This is on Christmas Day, 1998. The very famous security hacker and researcher known as Rainforest Puppy. This is when the term SQL injection was first used in a publication. It's now 25 years later. Who here is a professional hacker? Who found SQL injection in software within the last couple of months? Yeah, we've known about this for like 25 years, and I see like at least 50 people like, yeah, I found SQL injection, point SQL map at it, and that you own the database. So again, we've known about this for 25 years. We still struggle to fix this problem, but at least statistically, SQL injection back in 98, that was like a feature. It was built into everything. If we look now 25 years later, finally, statistically, SQL injection has begun going down dramatically in the last 3 or 4 years. Do you know why? What do programmers need to do to stop SQL injection? Not sanitization, not validation. They have to use a specialized technique called query parameterization, variable binding. It's an obscure technique, but it's the only way to stop SQL injection in code. And we've been screaming about this for decades. And finally, about 4 years ago, statistically, SQL injection, which is going up for 2 decades, began to drop down significantly. So it doesn't seem like much, but to me, it's a big deal. The OWASP top 10, this big top 10 list of risks where we measure all these security vulnerabilities, finally, SQL injection is ticking down dramatically because we have frameworks and techniques like query parameterization to really stop this. Let me jump ahead here a bit. 2001, WebGoat comes out. WebGoat changed the world because here's the first big open source platform to test your ability to hack a web application. And this is significant because now, among all the security people I knew, we had a common platform to talk about how to hack applications. It became part of our daily conversation in the hacking community of web applications. Metasploit comes out in 2003. Who uses Metasploit in their work today? How effective is Metasploit at testing systems? Testing, not as much anymore. Back in 2003, it was like world class, and a lot of like corporate executives were extremely angry at Moore for releasing this because when it first came out, it was massively effective at testing and attacking real systems. 2009, we have DevOps starting at ESXi in America, where where for the first time we have automated security testing as part of how a business operates from the ground up. And now we're looking at threat modeling as a manifesto and all these modern tooling, and DevOps is the norm. So again, where do we start? We started with security testing with hammer and nail and wood and physical switches, with construction people building this giant monster device to crack Enigma. And today, what do we have? Automated turnkey tools driven now by AI that really allow us to do advanced security testing at a great scale. So that's how things have changed over the last many decades. And the difference is dramatic. The progress is dramatic. So now we have security testing at GitHub. I can flip a switch and turn on a DevOps pipeline. We have code scanning and dynamic attack tools for testing that are AI enhanced, that are really for the first time. A lot of the security testing tools we use, in the last decade, I think the advancement of security testing tools has slowed down. And I haven't, up until a few years ago, like the whole 2010s, I didn't see much major advancement in the security testing tools we use as professional testers. Now, in the last 2 years, AI is kicking in. And I'm looking at the first generation of AI security testing tools. In fact, the U.S., forgive my U.S.-centric BS here. I mean no disrespect, Sweden. Just bear with me. There's 2 big laws that have come out about AI. There's a presidential order from the U.S. government in October of 2023, and the EU has the EU directive on AI, which has not been fully published yet. It's near the end of that round. It takes a little time to get things going through the EU, right? A lot of people need to chime in. There are 2 big worries about modern governments when it comes to AI. Number 1 is biological warfare. I can throw a lot of organic chemistry books into an AI system and say, hey, how do I make a chemical that will kill someone in 30 seconds? And they're like, oh, no problem. Do you want me to shut their lungs down? Do you want me to kill their heart? I'm like, whoa. So like using AI to generate biological weapons is a big fear, and rightfully so, for the EU and US government. And guess what the second big fear is? It's computer security testing. Because AI is pretty new for all of us, but the early capabilities of AI in security testing, it's very quickly going to eclipse human capacity, and that is scaring every major government on the planet, because federal governments traditionally don't do the greatest job at security. But we see a lot of maturity in this area. DevSecOps is now hitting a point of really deep maturity. The tools that we use for security testing are becoming supercharged with different AI tech. We're looking at exponential growth of the capability of these tools. And again, the difference is like night and day when you look at the last couple of decades. This is a very exciting time to be a security professional because of this new era of advancement that we're seeing in the last couple of years, in my opinion. Let's go take a look at HTTPS for a second. You know HTTPS, right? It's a transport security protocol that drives the whole web today. It's the heart of the secure web. If you go back to 1994, this is where HTTPS was invented. Do you know what the certificate authority system is and why it's so important? This is the heart of HTTPS. Someone tell me, why is the CA system, the certificate authority system, so important to the security of the world? Anybody want to play? It's trust. For example, when we're doing we're doing a TLS handshake, how do I know if the initial public key in that handshake is from the right server? I could be man in the middle, give you my public key, and the handshake continues. And that's one of the biggest problems of HTTPS. So some engineer at Netscape who created this protocol was like, how can I prove that the initial public key in a handshake comes from the right party? And they're like, yeah, let's do some kind of certificate signing system. So the entire certificate authority system that is the foundation of trust for the whole web today, it was created as an afterthought and a hand wave. Just kind of threw it in at the end. Yeah, let's do a CA system. And now, decades later, this runs the whole world. The point I'm trying to make is this protocol, HTTPS, It was a total piece of garbage when it came out. It was written quickly. A lot of the foundational principles of cryptography were not done well. The infrastructure was neat, but the protocol was a joke, and not everyone used it well or completely. Around this era, a lot of people would log in over HTTPS and then drop back to HTTP because HTTPS was so expensive. This is where web security started just a couple decades ago. Now, in 1999, we have TLS 1.0. This is the first legitimate version of HTTPS. All the SSL versions had major cryptographic flaws in it. They're dead, and they've been dead for a long time. In 2006 and 2008, we see the next two versions of TLS come out. TLS 1.0 and 1.1 are well broken. TLS 1.2 is the only version of TLS from this era that is still a viable choice today. And if we look at 2009, SSL Labs, for Ivan Ristic, they released this tool, SSL Labs. This lets me publicly evaluate any web server in the world around how well their HTTPS is being built. When this tool came out, I was like a kid in the candy shop. It was so much fun. I'm on Twitter, and I'm posting the SSL URL of every security company in the world and their grade of how well their server was configured. And it was like F, F, D, F, B, F, F. It was really bad, to the point where one of the heads of a company called Cigital starts calling me out on Twitter, starts like writing articles about what a jerk I am. Oh, I love this stuff. And so I keep going. I'm like, hey, maybe you should like actually do something about it. So I have all the heads of all these companies because I'm publishing that their main server of their security company with the most critical protocol to run their security is an F. And instead of fixing it, they're attacking me on Twitter. Oh, I love this. I love drama. I love it. And so Ivan Ristic, the guy who built this tool, decides to chime in and said, hey, sir, hey, companies, I have a suggestion. Instead of attacking Manico on Twitter, why don't you spend your effort and go fix your freaking server? And everyone kind of left me alone. So I love SSL Labs. It's like the de facto standard of evaluating HTTPS on your server. In 2010, Chrome starts to preload HTTPS, or strict transport security. So now we have some of the initial Google sites, you may only visit them over HTTPS. And then Firesheep comes out. Remember, in this era, a lot of websites would log in over HTTPS and then drop back to HTTP, where I can hijack a session. Firesheep was the best. I go to a coffee shop, run Firesheep, and take over anyone's like email, Facebook account, and similar. I would never do this maliciously. I only did this when I was given permission to do so, of course, right? So in 2011, we see forward secrecy show up in the crypto algorithms. And finally, in 2013, TLS 1.2 is live in most browsers. Let's Encrypt shows up in this era. And by 2016, about half of the web is HTTPS. 2017, certificate authentication becomes mandatory. And 2018, Let's Encrypt is giving out free certs. Whoa, the difference is night and day. We look at 1994, and HTTPS and the authority system was created as a hand wave in a very like an afterthought, not serious engineering. And now today we have like Chrome now defaults to HTTPS when you type in a domain. 99% of every single page loaded by Chrome OS is HTTPS, and Mac OS it's like 97%. And you go back to 2015, it was like 45%. SSL Labs is still the dominant evaluator of website security, and the difference is night and day. If you zoom in and look at these problems today, there are things we have to fix. But if you zoom out and look at the history over several decades, we have made dramatic improvements in everything in information security, and there is a great hope for a better future when it comes to protecting the assets of the world, which is our job. How much time do I have? How are we doing? Let's talk about password history. I love passwords, right? And so The very first password-based system is 1961. This is the MIT CTSS. It was led by Fernando Corbato, one of the first managers and creators of a complicated multi-user operating system. He was way ahead of his time when it comes to software development, operating system development, and security. A lot of the things we hold dear, like multi-user access control, isolation of critical data by a root level user, password storage, cryptography, all the advances that we take for granted now, this is all Fernando and his team back in 1961. In 1966, Alan Scher becomes the first password hacker in history. He was a manager of this team. He could use this brand new computer anytime he wanted, and he was using it for his research. He was about to be demoted back to a normal student, and he was about to lose his privileged access. So he printed out the password file and took it with him so he can get unlimited access to this computer. And he got a little bit of trouble for this, but he's one of the very first real hackers in all of history by printing out the password file. 1970s, we see the first real password storage algorithm, right? We see Crypt3. This is M209 code from World War II. This is a pretty crappy algorithm, but it's the first example of modern password cryptography, and not just a hashing algorithm, but really it's the beginning of modern salting and all the other techniques we need in a modern password algorithm. 1978, Crypt3 is now released in Unix. It's DES-based, it's DES-based, and again, it's got stretching, salting, and a more formal password policy. So this is like almost 50 years ago when we first see initial password storage, password cryptography beginning to be done well. And now, 1980s was kind of like a dead zone of security. 1991, we see MD5 coming out with a 128-bit hash value. MD5 is not the best way to store a password, but we see the initial foundations of modern algorithms. We jump ahead to like the year 2000, PBKDF2 comes out, and they do something remarkable in this era. The PBKDF2 is a password-based key derivation function that's good for password storage. The actual underlying cipher, the underlying algorithm, you can swap it out and replace it over time. So this is the year 2000 this idea was created, and if you look ahead to today, 24 years later, this algorithm is still used in many federal governments around the world because of the ability to enhance its underlying cipher over time. It was really well thought out. And now we look ahead today, PHP is now using like Argon 2ID by default, right? So Argon 2ID is today's modern password storage algorithm. And you can configure a lot of things in it. You can configure how much CPU time it takes out. You can configure the amount of how many threads in the CPU can process at one time. You can configure the memory it uses to really enhance it over time as computing power gets bigger. And Dr. Akaway from Dropbox publishes a famous article around how to use these algorithms correctly. And now, if you look at PHP, it natively supports really good password storage, one of the first languages to do so. So here's a really famous article, still a viable article from today if you care about password cryptography. Argon 2ID is everywhere, and this algorithm, we have a cheat sheet at the OWASP Foundation that explains how to configure this surgically with today's computing power and how to enhance it over time. So we're not just giving you like a good algorithm from the industry, but really specific advice at both OWASP and the IETF and other foundations of how to really use it correctly. Now, I like Argon 2ID, but one of the other heads of the password storage competition, he prefers bcrypt. He didn't like the choice. So all these cryptographic judges voted on the algorithm, and every single judge voted on Argon 2ID except for one, Jeremy Gosney. And so this is my little tweet, right? I like to do a little poetry. I'm a bad poet, so I don't like bcrypt, and that's a fact. Argon 2ID is where it's at. The 72-byte limit of bcrypt can kiss my ass. Low RAM usage, no thanks, I'll pass. It's a weak algorithm in my opinion. Now, wait a second. I'm not done. Hang on. So here's Jeremy Gosney, who's the head of the password storage competition. He's like, well, Argon's a KDF, and that's no cap. If you're doing real-time auth, you need bcrypt in your app. No thanks. Memory hardness has no meat. It's all fat. For resistance and acceleration, cache hardness is where it's at. I'm like, oh, no. I'm now doing a Twitter poetry slam battle on password storage cryptography with one of the heads of the password storage competition. This is great. This is the best part of my life. This is Jeremy Gosney, a software architect, famous cryptographer, contributor to Hashcat, one of the password storage competition leads. I'm like, oh, Jeremy, it's on, right? So Argon 2ID won the password competition. For password storage, you need a little revision. Now, bcrypt truncates. You know it's a fact. It's a shitty limit. It's easier to attack. Argon 2ID has better password cracking resistance. Hey, Jeremy, I'm here to help. Here's a reference. So I remember he like texted me. He's like, oh, Manico, go screw. It's like, go screw yourself. It's on, dude. Say, hey, which one of us is the cracker? It seems you forgot, and a Hashcat developer. I think you are not. And the password competition, hey, I was a judge for that too. With all these credentials, who is OWASP to argue? Hey, buddy, the other judges outvoted you, and 1 + 1 still equals 2. Yeah. Kiss my ass, Jeremy. Whatever. So, no, this is Jeremy is a great human being. He's one of my good friends. And by the way, you can talk about PHP, but it has natively supported Argon 2ID since 2018, right? A lot of people don't like PHP. It's kind of a crap language, but yeah, it is. Sorry. I just did. But again, they're usually one of the first programming languages to support modern cryptography and modern advancements in web security. So I applaud them, but I still use other languages. All right, anyways. I got several more. This is a very dynamic presentation. How much time do we have?
You got about 10, 15.
I'll do one more. Let's look next at OWASP project. No, let's do cross-site scripting history next. Cross-site. Anyone care about cross-site scripting in their work at all? Yeah, this is something if you're a security tester, you should be able to find this in pretty much every web application you're testing. It's a hard problem to solve. Now, Microsoft coined the term cross-site scripting back in 1999. And so in 2002, Microsoft in IE6, the worst browser in history, supports HTTP only, a way to stop JavaScript from reading your session cookie. This is a huge advancement, the first attempt at defense. So 2004, Robert Hansen, known as R-Snake, he proposes something called content restrictions back in 2004 for the web that turned into a critical standard today called content security policy, right? And so 2008, we see Sammy attacking MySpace, the first cross-site scripting worm that blue screens the global infrastructure of MySpace because of this little attack, right? And so 2006, Amit Klein talks about DOM XSS, and around 2010 and beyond, OWASP starts releasing production class libraries to do output encoding and to handle cross-site scripting defense. 2024, Chris Christoph releases trusted types in Chrome, a really modern advancement for JavaScript attack prevention. Now, I want to show you one more little story here, right? We have trusted type shows up from Chris Christowitz. We have the HTML sanitizer API to do HTML sanitization. It's now integrated into the browser at like an alpha state. But there's one big problem with CSP, and that is freaking Safari and Apple. Every other browser is on board when it comes to modern web standards. But Apple needs to do their own thing. And they're always the last to the party to support web standards. And really, Apple can kiss my ass because of this. They really upset me because we need all the browser vendors to agree to these web standards. That's why we have the W3C. We talk about this. Apple shows up. They participate. We agree on it. We're going to build this standard. And then Safari's like, I don't feel like implementing it. And it grinds me because they're slowing down the secure web. And my conspiracy theory is like they do it on purpose. But that's just when it's late at night and I'm tired, had a little bit too much wine. But anyways, so here's my tweet, right? I believe that Safari's lack of CS3 support, this is called strict dynamic, and similar W3 standards is a reason to boycott Safari and stop using it. I see Safari as a browser that impedes the modern secure web. Edge, Chrome, Firefox have all supported CSP3, strict CSP, for years now. So why not Safari? I'm open to counter opinions. So Philip de Rick from Belgium is like, hey, I agree with you, Jim. Safari is a dominant part of the web, and we need them to play ball. Okay, thank you, doctor. And so, and I'm like, look, I'm not trying to harass John. He's the head of Safari's security team. He's good people. I believe this is above his pay grade. And all of a sudden, John chimes in. Sucker, got him right into the, yes. I'm now luring in one of the heads of browser security at WebKit and Apple to participate in my bash on Twitter against Apple and Safari. And he's a great, he used to work at a Swedish bank. He's a Swede. He's one of your native people. And I'm harassing him on Twitter terribly. I feel a little guilty. So, and John's like, when John started chiming in, I did a happy dance because I knew drama on Twitter. I love it. So don't worry. John says he wants to see CSP3 in WebKit. And he'll forward the feedback in good faith to his team. Yeah, whatever, John. So all of a sudden, right after this, Lucas Weichelbaum jumps in. Hey, to Apple and says, hey, would you accept pull requests? So that Weichelbaum, who's Weichelbaum? He's telling Apple, if you're not going to fix this, we will do it ourselves. We'll fix it for you, Apple, since you're not willing to fix it. Anyone want to guess who Lucas Weichelbaum works for? He works for Google. He's a senior staff engineer at Google telling Apple, hey, and he's also one of the heads of the standard body for CSP3. So John chimes in, hey, we'll talk about it. Google shows up and is like, hey, we got funding. We'll fix it for you, Apple. And behind the scenes of Apple, the executives are screaming at John, like, you're going to let Google fix our product? What's wrong with you? So now all this drama's at Apple. I'm talking to the Google leads. They're like, Jim, is this okay? I'm like, no, this is the best. So Google is getting funding to help Apple fix Safari. Oh my, I'm so happy. This is like, life is good. So all of a sudden, John, oh yeah, we take pull requests. WebKit's open source. It's not just Apple building it. You know, Sony does tons of work. Who cares? We haven't expressed opposition to CSP3. So this is where John's getting screamed at behind the scenes by his bosses. You're going to let Google fix Safari? You better fix it yourself with your team. And Lucas is like, oh, thanks, John. What's the opposition? Blah, blah, blah. And thanks for explaining, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, I get a private message from Apple, and they're like, an important correction on this topic. Kate Cheney, who's an Apple employee, she's going to start implementing CSP3 in Safari right away. Yes, this is awesome. And then John tweets me about a little bit later. I like to make an announcement. He tags me personally. WebKit and Safari 15.4 is going to release strict dynamic. And I'm like, and behind the scenes, Google's like, dude, I never thought that being a complete jerk on Twitter would help make the world a more secure place, right? And so, I'm super happy this all went down. I love drama. I'm not a drama queen. I'm a drama king. So I love this stuff. And I really want to thank everyone involved. John Weilander, who's one of the best people on the planet I know. He's Swede, right? He's a great man. He really cares about security. He's doing his best at Apple. It's not easy to work at Apple with all the political BS going on there. I want to thank Catherine Cheney, who implemented strict dynamic in Safari. And I especially want to thank the troublemakers at Google, Lucas Weichelbaum and Michelle Spagnuolo, who got funding to help Apple fix Safari. Didn't need to use it. And I'm like, hey, you got the funding. Can I have a piece of that? And they're like, no. All right, so let's finish up with this. So 2024, cross-site scripting, auto-escaping templates are the norm. CSP3 with strict dynamic is now easy to deploy and live in all major browsers. Why? because some of us were acting like jerks on Twitter. Yes, Trusted Types is live in frameworks, and DOM Purify is native in the browser now. AppSec is global, and what's the future? Ancient alien stealing time, maybe not, but the future of AppSec is bright. I'm a fan of AI and what it's going to bring to our industry. It's going to enhance our capabilities. We have the Federal Government Modernization Act. We have the EU initiative on the safe use of AI. We have enhancements to NIST standards around identity, usable crypto in the cloud and frameworks and libraries everywhere for the first time in history. Microservice security at the cloud is enhanced. Zero trust is more than a buzzword now. It actually means something in architecture. America might actually roll out a federal privacy law. We're working on it. We have it in a few of our states, but GDPR has been a dramatic positive force to privacy across the world. The United States needs to catch up. The software bill of materials is now standard. Threat modeling is becoming automated instead of consultant-driven. Rust is a system level, Rust for system level federal systems and critical infrastructure is replacing the complete and total crap that is C and C++. DevOps is becoming more advanced. And again, zero trust everything. If you look at history and take a step back and look at the advancements over the decade, you're going to see that we've made dramatic progress. But you know what the real future of information security is? The future of application security and information security is you, for being here, for caring about this conference, and for participating in the community. That's my story. Thank you all. Enjoy your Security Fest, everybody.
Super nice. It's always such an energy explosion. Really pleased to have you. So should we do some questions? Are you up for it?
Yeah, totally.
If this is a Swedish crowd, though. Anyone have any questions?
I'm Sicilian.
Dare to ask?
Same thing.
Come on, do it. Just once. Prove me wrong. Good.
What you got? I love your mustache.
Or the next version.
We are, like, the four of us. ASVS is the Application Security Verification Standard. We have been working on it for, and the main folks working on it is Josh Grossman and Elar Lang are the two active people right now. I'm third in activity. Daniel Cuthbert is doing some more like administration for us. And we're struggling a bit because we have a lot of personality clashes. We've been doing a lot of arguing lately, and some of that's bled into GitHub, right? Elar is from Estonia, and I'm from Sicily originally. We've been butting heads a lot. But that conflict is breeding a better standard, right? It's just we're so passionate about getting these requirements right. We are having like a deathmatch argument over whether to recommend URL encoding to put data in a path versus base64 URL encoding, which is the JSON Web Token standard. And Elar and I just spent 3 weeks debating this. It got personal. We began attacking each other on GitHub. And at one level, this is bad. But another level, I love drama on the internet, so it's good because we're pushing the standards to the limit. I think it's going to go we're nearing the end of the cycle. I'm guessing the next version of the standard will go live by the end of this year. But as we're getting near the end, we're struggling because we're getting into the minutia of these requirements. There's a lot of passionate people involved, and it's gone from like a relatively peaceful group of people working on requirements to a lot of infighting right now because we all want to win, and it's a struggle, to be honest with you. So I'm trying to, and all jokes aside, I'm trying to step back a bit and like let's acknowledge everyone's requests and say, look, let's recommend this or this or this. Elar doesn't agree with me, and he's like fighting. So Josh is taking over the last couple of weeks and is like making some hard calls for us. Again, at one level, this is bad. Another level, we care, and we're really debating some of these important requirements because URLs and validating a URL, that drives server-side request forgery, open redirect attacks. It's a way to bypass React and other frameworks. So getting URL handling right from a developer point of view is really critical in my mind. So I'm really pushing those requirements personally. Once we get that done, we'll be close to the end. There's a long answer to a short question.
Good one. Anyone else? One more?
Yes.
You have one over here.
What's up? If funding wasn't an issue, like I need about, I would request about 2 billion euros. I'll take cash or check, by the way. Oh, you don't do checks in Europe. I'll take cash or gold bullion, right? So what I would do is I would get every major government in the world together to hire a team of developers to start managing the security of the third-party library ecosystem. I think that's the way I could do, if I had real money, and I've been actually petitioning some of the federal government agencies to do this, do Homeland Security, that you can print $1 billion pretty easily. Please give it to me so I can build a task force to focus in on third-party library management because it is such a difficult problem. It's unsolved. And many of the top third-party libraries that we use across the world that drives trillions of dollars worth of business, they're doing almost no security assurance in the project itself. And this is, in my mind, this is one of the biggest unsolved problems in software security today.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Manico.
Thank you.
So we're going to take maybe 10, 15 minutes break until we start the next speakers. There's actually 2 of them. So don't get lost. Okay, find your seats. Get in, run. There is so many doors. Just pick one and get in. It's time. We're 1 minute ahead of schedule. That will probably change, but hey, find your seats, please. Okay, so a quick introduction to our next speakers. It's Anders and Nicklas, and they are going to show us a bunch of shenanigans. So take it away.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
So, what if I told you that in ESXi, you know, VMware's hypervisor host, there is a setting. It's called exec install only, and if you enable it, it's impossible to execute ransomware or any foreign code in the hypervisor host. Have you used it? Why not? It's awesome. Turn it on, we'll get rid of ransomware forever. Cool, right? Or is there a catch? Is there a catch, Nicklas?
Right now, I'm going to take the role as a ransomware associate. So I have gained root access to the ESXi host. You know, I'm partnering with Akira and Ashmode, my ransomware, and you know, like Anders said.
Yep, it works.
Yeah, thank you very much. And any questions?
Thank you for coming.
Yeah. No, I'm a skilled elite hacker associate. So by punching one-liner, I can disable this. And here we go. We successfully ransomware this VMware host. And yes, to prove it, you know, it is a, I'm going to show you, you know, we have this sort of extension, .ikira, probably the worst day at work for this owner, system administrator, and also just to, you know, show you that the ransomware message as well is to show, okay, for sure, worst day at work ever.
All right. So the setting did work, but they were able to turn it off. So unfortunately, we're going to have to do it the long way and show you how to protect yourself against ransomware the proper way. So, by the way, who are we? My name is Anders. I work at TrueSec. I work in incident response. It's not my primary task. I get called in whenever there's a ransomware incident, including VMware. How about you, Nicklas?
Yes, my name is Nicklas Keijser, also at TrueSec. My main job is I do malware analysis. I belong to our SOC. Though I also part of the incident response team, you know, anytime there is some kind of malware involved, a lot of ransomware. And yeah, we're here to share, you know, our experience and also how we could maybe solve this. And we were talking about, I think we have done roughly like 50 plus ransomware cases involving ESXi. So no, this is like, that's the experience we're going to show. Yeah, before we get started, I say, you know, thank you for this fantastic conference, all the organizers. It's amazing, and it's the best receiving I ever had. And also, I just sort of, my family is coming down tomorrow. I just want to quote my son. He loves Gothenburg, so Saturday is Liseberg. And he said, like, he really wants to come here because everyone at Gothenburg are so nice. And I can just agree with him. So thank you for having us. Right. Onwards to onwards, yeah, with the ESXi ransomware.
All right. So we're going to go through the why and the how. You know, the how is we're going to show you some actual attack stuff, how this happens in real life. We're going to show you how to recover after an attack. That's a very important part. And also, most importantly, how to protect against these attacks so that you don't end up in this situation to begin with. There will be time for Q&A at the end. We will also be here after the talk, and we'll be here at the conference if you want to ask us something. So, backing up a few steps, what is VMware vSphere? Just putting the nomenclature here. So, the main two parts is vCenter Server. That is the management server that manages all the ESXi hosts, all the virtual machines, the settings, data stores, networks, everything. vCenter Server is Linux. It runs on a proper Linux called Hoedown. It's VMware's own Linux distro. So if you want to do forensics on this one, you can use your regular Linux forensics tools. Then you also have to get the logs from the application, the vCenter server, because it's an important part in the attack, as we will show in a bit. Then we have the ESXi hosts. This is where the virtual machines run. This is where the attackers eventually execute the ransomware. ESXi is not Linux. Sort of. It's kind of Linux. It looks like Linux, but it's not. And I'm going to show you some very
remember
important
that.
differences.
It's not, but sort of Linux.
Yeah.
We will get back to that.
I'm not taking that debate now, okay? So it has some oddities. For example, you can't run EDR or any kind of malware protection in ESXi. You have to rely on just sending out logs over syslog and analyzing and alerting on those logs. Anyone who has done this will see immediately there is a lot of logs being spewed out when you point to a syslog server. Have you tried it, anyone? Yeah. So you need to do some filtering. You don't do kind of sudo in ESXi. Basically, if you're in the ESXi host, you are almost always a root user. There are no use cases, basically, for non-root users. And we're going to get back to that as well. It's a purpose-built appliance, which is good. It's supposed to run virtual machines and nothing else. You're not supposed to have users, not supposed to have other software in it. In fact, the file system gets rebuilt every time you boot a host. It reads the installation packages, builds the file system. Then when you do shutdown, it tears it down again, and you begin again from scratch. We can use this. This is good, because that makes it difficult for an attacker to get persistence. It also allows us to whitelist binaries, as we showed in the beginning. So the feature is there, it's just that, unfortunately, it can be disabled still. So vSphere is an attractive ransomware target, as we know. The threat actors can get in and just encrypt everything in one swoop, rather than having to own each particular virtual machine and the OS. All of these clips are from 2021. This is basically the year when all the good ransomware gangs started attacking vSphere. So basically, they took their Linux ransomware binary, adapted it to work in ESXi as well. Nicklas is going to deep dive into that in a bit. And they're updated their playbooks and tools to attack and find vSphere environments. So if you have vSphere or any other hypervisor platform in your environment, if there's a ransomware attacker in your environment, they will look for it, they will try to attack it. So you need to protect it.
There's also like an extra slide I noticed in the goodie bag, which we'll not mention, but you might figure out belongs to this as well. So yeah,
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you, SecurityFest, for providing an extra slide as a sticker in the.
If you work for a service provider, you also need to protect your vSphere environment. Yeah, so yeah, lots of new variants. But the thing about the new variants, there's very little difference. They still use the same techniques to get in and do the encryption. So if you can protect against the first 100 variants, you can protect against the new ones. Don't worry about the new ones. Get your protection in place. And we're going to get to that part as well. So what we want to convey here is you can protect yourself. This is sorry about my Venn diagram in PowerPoint here. What we want to convey is that this orange part, it's red now, those that do get hit usually haven't done much when it comes to architecture and operations, securing that. And they usually haven't done much about proper MDR in place, so managed detection and response on the rest of the environment. So those who do don't often get hit, all right? So I'm going to get back to some recommendations in a bit and just try to get started on this journey. So how do these attacks happen? Well, it looks like any kind of attack. An attacker gets a foothold somewhere. I'm not going to get into that at the moment. They do command and control. They move on, look around, usually for the Active Directory. They usually get the Active Directory, domain admin somehow. Same thing there, 100 different ways to do this. Not going to get into the details. And then they usually just walk from Active Directory into the vCenter server, because the organizations usually use Active Directory to authenticate vCenter admins. So the attackers don't even need to use any vulnerabilities or tricks. They just log in. And this is 80 or 90% of the successful attacks that we see. They take this path. They can also attack vCenter server and ESXi more directly, but then they need to use some kind of unpatched vulnerability, gross misconfiguration, weak passwords, reused passwords, so on. And it's not as common. So then when they own the vCenter server, they can now change the passwords on any account on the ESXi host. Is there anyone who doesn't agree with that statement? If I, as an attacker, own your vCenter server, I also own your ESXi hosts. Good. And from there, they upload their ransomware, they execute it. The ransomware goes to the data stores. That's where the virtual machine files live. The path is /vmfs/volumes, and they encrypt everything there. Or, different ransomwares do it differently, which Nicklas will dive into in a bit. So they encrypt the files, and everything's down. Now you reach for your backups. Well, so have they. They put a lot of effort into finding your backups and deleting them so that they increase their chances of getting paid, of course. They want you to be in a really bad state, desperate to get back on track. So how do we fix this? Well, basically, try to divide these two things. Where the workload zone, the blue one here, where your servers, your Active Directory, users, all of that runs, should not be connected to the back end, to the management zone, the infrastructure zone, where you run your hypervisor, storage, backups should be extra protected, of course, but networking and all of that. That should be protected. So there shouldn't be an easy way in. That's step one. That's good architecture. Backups, as I said, protect them the same way, but better. There should be no way for the attacker to delete your backups. Make them immutable, air-gap them, do whatever you want, but make sure that they cannot be deleted, even if the rest of the environment is totally owned. So because in the workload zone, this is where we have internet in and out, we have users, we have emails, people clicking links. This is definitely where the attacks will start, right? So let them, but don't let them get to the green zone. This should be secure. Think of it as an airport, It's easy. Anyone can walk up to the check-in counter, but if you want to get to the air side where the planes are, you need to go through screening, security, and all of that. That's how your environments should look like as well.
So, like when you reach sort of the end game, you saw we are sort of close to ransomwaring the ESXi. The attacks always follow a similar pattern here. So what we put up in, let's say it's red here, it's yellow on my screen, that's sort of stuff they might do, and the blue stuff is stuff they always do. So they might start with port scanning and do some logging. They might change the password of the ESXi. Though what they always do, they always enable SSH. Otherwise, that's how they get the terminal to execute their code. After that, they always transfer the ransomware binary from sort of the host that they have compromised into the ESXi. And that's also like, that's always happens. Depending if it's a good or a bad ransomware, I mean, it's a weird terminology saying good or bad ransomware, but sort of what they sort of usually do is they want to shut down the VM before encrypting it. Some, they do it sort of by manually using the built-in tooling. Some actually build it inside the binary. We will show that later on. And then, as you saw on the screen, like when I played the crappy ransomware affiliate, I schmodded the binary, I disabled the running sort of unsigned code, and then I execute the ransomware. So these attacks always follow this flow, which sort of, as a defender, we can utilize this because it's predictable. But sort of, if we deep dive into sort of some attacks that you have encountered, some forensics.
Yep. Oops. So we see this in the logs. This is from an actual incident. You see some task being created here by a user called VPX user. So VPX user is the service account in ESXi that vCenter uses to manage it. And the logs also show us which user in turn authenticated against the vCenter server. And we see it was the Active Directory domain. So there's like domain /admin something user. So they had like stolen that account, used it to get into the vCenter server. So what do? They run this command. This command changes a password on a local ESXi account called DCUI. Why not root? Well, like I said, it doesn't matter. All of the default accounts in ESXi have root privileges, so they can use any one of them. Then they open SSH. So remember, if someone says, protect ESXi by never opening SSH, yes, good advice. But if they are an admin in vCenter, they can open SSH. So don't forget that. So then they log in. You see all the accounts are, the commands are being run by this DCUI user. So they uninstall HA. Then they list all the running VMs, and then they kill all the running VMs. And they do this for each ESXi host. And why do they kill all the running VMs? To encrypt them, exactly. So while a virtual machine is running, it is locked on the disk, so they cannot encrypt the disk files while it's running. So that's why they have to shut them down first. So this is some sample code to do what we just saw. You set some variables, you exit lockdown mode, another protection feature in ESXi, which is great, but can be disabled if they own your vCenter server. Then you change the root password in this case, and open SSH. So I'm allowed to do this if I own your vCenter server, or if I have an account with admin privileges. So how does this look like from the victim's perspective? Well, the victim gets a phone call from someone who basically says, oh, all the applications are down. Again, this is because everything got shut down to encrypt it. So you'll try to get to the vCenter server to see what's going on. It's also going to be down, probably, because it usually runs as a virtual machine in its own environment. The ESXi hosts, they will still be available. You can get to the web interface, but depending on how the threat actor got in, you might or might not be able to use your own root password because they have changed it in order to get in themselves. Then you try to reboot the ESXi host, and it might or might not survive, depending on the ransomware. So you might get a message like this, and this is in the case where the ransomware has encrypted everything, including these installation packages that I told you about, that ESXi reads upon boot and builds the file system from. So depending on which ransomware, this might or might not work. So tell us more about these ransomwares.
So if we deep dive into a few samples, like I love malware analysis, so bear with me now, but sort of to understand them on a depth. One of them, sort of, let's begin with a more sort of mundane one called ESXi args. And that one sort of went through the internet and tried to find ESXi interfaces directly to the internet and tried to ransomware them. And just when it happened, I did a Shodan search to see like how many got ransomware. What you could do is actually do the query for how to restore your files, because that was actually part of the HTML header of the ransomware message. So roughly like 2,000 sort of 1 week afterwards. And you remember that sort of the flight zone Anders showed you, where you should take the admin or the user space and the sort of this security space. So by sort of enabling SSH logging through internet, I mean, as an admin, it's super convenient. You can sit home and do my stuff. But sort of what do you say, Anders, who is the specialist? Good or bad practice?
Yeah, no, just no. I mean, my advice was for the internal network, but putting it on the internet is just a bad idea. How many of you have done that? Don't answer that.
No.
Come talk to us afterwards.
You probably have this, you probably can read this message if you have done it, so this was kind of a cleansing fire. But if we sort of deep dive into what they did, this is a sort of good example how all this ransomware works, but it was sort of divided into two things that's easier to understand, because it contained one script that did everything else than the encryption, and it had a separate binary that will do the encryption. So it will drop the binary in the temp folder, which like 99% of the ransomware do it. They love the temp folder. What's so special with the temp folder? After reboot, it disappears. It deletes everything in the temp folder. So it's convenient for the threat actors. It will find and kill all the VMs, and then it iterates through all the files and then pass it on as an argument for the encryption algorithm that sort of will do the encryption. Remove all log files and then start an SSH server. So if we deep dive into this sort of script, there's some highlights I want to show you. You want to drop the stuff in the temp folder. As I said, that's the first thing it does. Is even call it clean directory. It is sort of looking for the different VMs and try to sort of find them. And this is sort of a preparation before killing them. And sort of if you look at this one, you see that it uses the ESXi CLI to find them. But then it uses kill-9 to kill the VMs. And what do you say? Is that good or bad practice?
It's not really good practice, but I don't think they care much about clean shutdowns or not.
So yeah, remember, it is kind of Linux-ish, so some stuff works,
yep.
Some don't. Keep that in mind. And then it will actually sort of do all this stuff. It will pass the argument to the encryption. It also contains a public key, which sort of, the thing is, it actually encrypts the files, as ransomware do, and then it generates the symmetric key, encrypts the file, and then encrypts the symmetric key with the asymmetric public key, and encrypts the key and puts it in the file header. That's sort of usually how ransomware works, so it combines these two styles. The main function of this, the ransomware itself, here you have this sort of this part where it's sort of encrypting and generating the RSA files. So this is like where the badness is really happening. One interesting part as well with the ESXi args, it has this help file. So indicating something, so you could actually like, please, Mr. Ransomware, how do I use you? And here you go. And it's actually very common. It's a weird thing. This sort of, for me, it indicates, this kind of associate program, they are user as well of a program. They sometimes need help to run their, stuff. Also, it's sort of inside this sort of, if you're looking at ransomware, you should look for these sort of calls. This is called the ransomware sandwich. So it first reads the file, then it sort of tries to see the end of the file, then it makes it sort of encryption stuff, and then put it back into the file. So this is called the ransomware sandwich. So if you see this stuff combined, you have found where the encryption is taking part. So this is the ESXi args. Moving on to another sample called Babuk. And what's so special with this one? This actually was leaked. The source code of this ransomware was leaked online. So all of a sudden, you said 2022 was like all the good ransomware actors are utilizing. 2023 became the year where all the crappy ones also can just, clone this one and, make your own. And as you see here, it has this kind of log file as well. It sort of looks through the files and tries to encrypt it. And sort of what it does, it actually has a few files, sort of what it kind of, I just want to encrypt this one. So it looks for the .log, .vmdk, .vman, .vsp, and these are the only files that it will encrypt.
That's nice.
That's nice.
So this is one of the good ones. You can call it that.
And then you have the .babuk as the extension, which sort of, remember my files got .akira, this one got babuk at the end of it, sort of. And at the end, we can see it calls the encrypt function. One interesting feature with this one I found is it has this sort of calculate size function. And if we start looking for this one, I stumble upon this question on Stack Overflow from 13 years ago. So how do you convert a number of bytes into file size in C? And Stack Overflow, has a friendly user base, replied, this is how you do it. And then if you take the source code from Babuk and place it next to it, it's identical. What I'm showing, I don't think this is like it was the ransomware developer who asked it, but probably the ransomware developer ran into the same problem. So he went on Stack Overflow and copied the code. So even ransomware developers are probably users of, friendly forums for, whatever you want to do. One of the things you could do, like one of the interesting features with Babuk, it actually uses a symmetric encryption called Susamanuk, which is a bit weird, because most of us, we use AES when we do symmetric encryption. This was like, it's a French encryption, and it has this sort of, before initializing, it has this constant, which we can actually utilize as more or less a threat intelligence. So what I did is actually, I built this sort of Yara rule, where I can utilize this thing. So I look for files sort of that has .log, .vmdk, .vmm, and that stuff, but doesn't add the Babuk extension. So I want to look for everything except Babuk. And also I add this sort of all these constants, because these are binary codes that will be embedded within the binary to find like, can I find other copycats of Babuk? And I did. And there are a bunch of them. So we have lowered the threshold for this stuff. And also the people at Sentinel-1 did a really cool article about this. And, have a bunch of them that just copy the code. If we look at a third and the last example I will show you, it's the ABOS locker, which I would say it's a more, let's say, advanced one. And you remember the other one, they looked for files they want to encrypt. ABUS Locker, they look for something else. They look for exclusion instead. So instead of looking for specific files, they are encrypt everything except these folders, and encrypt everything except these extensions. So as you see here, it has .crypt and .tmp. So that .crypt, that's the extension of the ransomware. If you have ransomware, so it doesn't want to ransomware itself again. So, you know, it's whitelist itself. It also contains this sort of lol bins, which we call like ESXi lol bins. So it looks for the running VMs and then shuts them down with the proper ESXi VM process kill command instead of kill-9. So this is actually bundled within the binary. So this is the first thing it will do before shutting it down. From one of these incidents, we actually managed to pull out the bash history, which is kind of interesting. I'm going to show you. And remember what Anders said about ESXi. What kind of operating system is it? Almost Linux. Yep. So if we look at the people at, this is probably like an associate. So this is the bash history. First, remember it has a dir, so now it's not Windows, we know that.
We can agree on that, it's not Windows.
And then it started LSing, and then started schmod. And you see, it was actually called -UPX, so it was packed. And then after a while, you have the uname.a. So they don't, where am I? Like, why is not stuff working? So, and uname.a gives me, it's a VM kernel. And then it continues to do more stuff. And you see, like, it could be hard, like, which direction should I put my slashes? So it is hard to be a ransomware actor. Like, is it a Linux? No. Is it a Windows? Definitely not.
Still not.
Still not. And then, the sudo.su, that doesn't work on the ESXi. So no, it's not Linux completely. We have the bin.bash, doesn't exist on the ESXi. LDD doesn't exist either. So it is tricky to be a ransomware actor. And it continues onwards, like they put the uname 3 times. So they really want to make sure, like, is this Linux or not? No, maybe it gives different outputs if I put it in several times, I don't know. But eventually, you see down here, they managed the stuff to work. But you see, all of a sudden, we had the ABIS, not the UPX one, so probably the first one didn't work properly, so they need to pull down the second one that would work for them. And then they always have this sort of work.log. That's usually, where we've seen it in several threat actors, they like to put stuff in a log file to see, like, how is the stuff running.
So we can safely say they're not using automation here.
Yeah. Or super crappy automation.
Yep.
You never know. Or like 5-dimensional chess, like, I don't know. I would like to put a suggestion out here, like if we move into the threat intel side. You might have seen this one from the people at Microsoft, how we should name threat actors. I have a different suggestion for this, because the thing is, I do strongly believe these are bad people doing bad things. I mean, they are ransomwaring hospitals and schools, and they're just bad people. So instead of turning to Microsoft, I think we should turn to Captain Underpants, because they have this kind of Professor Poopy Pants name change or chart 2000, which sort of, you should take the first letter of the first name, the first letter of the second name, and the last letter of the last name. So, for instance, ABIS Locker, then, it will become Stinky Liver Buns. I think that's an appropriate threat actor name. And if we do the same thing for Lockbit, that will become Booger Toilet Sniffer. So, my gift to you, threat intel community, throw Microsoft down the toilet and use Captain Underpants. I think that's more appropriate. So, once this is done, how do we recover from a ransomware? Tell us, Anders.
Yeah. So now we've been encrypted, everything is down, everything is bad, everyone's running around screaming. What do we do? Well, first of all, don't touch stuff, please. This is a crime scene, you might ruin very important evidence. You are allowed to pull network cables, but don't pull power cables, because we need the stuff that's running to do our forensic work properly. Call your incident response team, they will tell you what to do. But yes, you can pull network cables, you can cut your internet access if you want to. And of course, don't pay the ransom. Again, that's a long discussion, not gonna get into it. Our message is don't pay the ransom. Then your backups are important, of course, right? So do you have backups? Are they relevant? Are they backing up the right stuff? Do they work? This stuff you should know even if you've never had a ransomware incident. So please test your backups, make sure they work. That's what they're for, restoring. Second of all, have they been encrypted or deleted by the threat actor? Same thing there. Make sure they're immutable, air-gapped, everything. And then if we do have working backups, which restore point do we go back to in time? And this is a very important question. I hear a lot of weird recommendations here. So let's say now it's Saturday. On Fridays when we had this phone call, that's when the encryption happened. So what we're going to do together with the customer is kind of build the timeline backwards as we discover forensic evidence. And the customer is going to check, do they have working backups? And hopefully, we will end up in a situation that we have working backups. In this case, nightly backups, every night they work. We can pick and choose from these backups which ones to restore. And the forensics will tell us eventually, let's say they got the Active Directory on Wednesday, and it was on Tuesday that the threat actor got into the environment. Now, we have two choices now. Do we restore the backup from Tuesday before the threat actor got in, or do we restore the backup from Friday night before the encryption happened? How many of you pick Tuesday? 0, 1. How many of you pick Friday? And the rest of you don't restore the backups at all. Okay.
Pay the ransomware. Or?
Yes. So our recommendation is always go for the latest one. Go for Friday. Do you see any problems with that? Yes, you will be restoring virtual machines with a threat actor in them. Yes. So you just don't put them back online, clean them, put them in some kind of isolation, use your forensic data to know what you need to clean. That's the only proper way to do it, because you can't tell your customer, oh, by the way, we're going to make you lose 4 days of data. What if the threat actor got in 2 weeks ago? Are you going to tell them, oh, you're going to lose 2 weeks of data? That's horrible. So always go for the latest one, do the cleaning. All right, so next question. When we restore these virtual machines, what do we restore them onto? We can't do cleaning on an underlying dirty environment, right? So this is why it's extra important as well, to protect your vSphere environment from getting affected. Then you can just kind of get a head start here and just start restoring. Instead of, you know, oh, now we need to clean the vCenter server as well and the ESXi hosts. How do you do that? That's a long discussion. I'm not going to get into it now. So just try to avoid ending up there, okay? So how do we protect? I've told you you need to do some protection. How do we do it? Well, this is kind of a top 10 list of mine. Again, protect your backups. I think I've said it 5 times now. It's very important. Segment vSphere network-wise from the rest. That's the blue and the green box. Segment it identity-wise as well. Don't use your primary Active Directory or catalog to authenticate vCenter users.
If you take one picture of our slide deck, this is the one. But wait until you reach point 10.
There are 10 bullet points.
Yeah.
So these are architectural recommendations. Ready. So then again, use EDR, XDR, SIM, whatever you have. Protect the rest of your environment so you can spot these attacks before they reach your vSphere environment. And in vSphere, send your logs using syslog to a SIM system. Make sure someone looks at these logs and can react to them 24/7. It's no point in having logging and monitoring if nothing happens, if nobody can do anything over the weekend. Install security updates, that's a low-hanging fruit. Don't forget VMware tools. Don't use bad passwords, use MFA wherever you can. Like getting from this blue zone to the green zone, force MFA. You probably have ways to do that. So these are more operational recommendations. Then look at hardening. There is a vSphere hardening guide, has a lot of good advice. Prevent foreign code execution, that's the one I started with. I'm going to get into some more details about it. And if we have time, I'm going to try to also explain how we can prevent lateral movement. Now you can take the pictures. So this is more config hardening. And the reason why I'm categorizing these is because I want to hammer in the message that good security is not about just buying a product or making one hardening thing. You have to do the whole thing, architecture and operations and configuration. So get moving on this, but you don't have to do everything perfectly. If you haven't done any of these, start by doing 2. If you've done 2 of these, do 2 more. They don't have to be perfect. Just get moving. Don't be the slowest camper that the bear is going to catch. So, diving back into how we're doing on time. A couple of minutes. Exec install only, like I said, prevents execution of foreign code that didn't get installed in a VMware vib file. That's the installation package. These are signed by VMware and or their partners. If you Google exec install only, up until recently, you got a picture of me. And this is because, not because I wrote a lot about it, it's because VMware wrote very little about it. So there were no explanations on how to use this excellent feature. Their explanations was about enforcing it, which is a completely different thing, or how to disable it. I don't think you should disable it. I think you should use it. So it comes in 3 different flavors, and this is where it gets confusing as well, even for VMware. So there's a boot kernel setting. This one has been available forever. If you run vSphere 5, I hope you don't, you can enable it, but it's not on by default. There is a runtime setting in ESXi 8 and newer. It's on by default. That's the one that Nicklas easily turned off in the demo. And then there's this enforcing of the setting, where you kind of use TPM to make sure the setting doesn't get tampered with, but this can also be disabled, so it's not really useful. So, again, runtime setting, easily disableable, then you can run your whatever binary. Boot kernel setting, this is the one I'm going to recommend that you actually turn on, even though you also have the runtime setting. Because even if a threat actor switches it back to false, they will not be able to run the ransomware until also rebooting the host. So now you've bought yourself 5 minutes. Is that enough for you to find this and react? Maybe, maybe not. But they have to do it for all the ESXi hosts. So someone is probably going to notice. But then you need to know what to do. Okay, you have a threat actor, they're hovering their finger on the encryption button. What do you do? This is a good thing to plan ahead, not when it's happening. So yeah, enforcement, same thing. It can be turned off. No big deal. Good thing about ESXi is that all of this gets logged. This is a good reason to upgrade to 8 if you haven't already. So this is me trying to execute the binary and failing. This is me turning off the protection. It gives a really angry message, basically saying, hey, you're going to get ransomware if you do this. Pretty clear, right? And this is me succeeding in executing the file after I turned off the protection. And there's also a warning in the web UI that you cannot remove if you turn off the setting. So, upgrade to 8. I said it's difficult to get persistence in ESXi. That's very true, but there was a supposedly Chinese APT group that succeeded. They found a way to trick ESXi into accepting their vib packages, the installation packages, although they were not signed. And how did they do that? They added the switch -- force when they installed it. And ESXi like, oh, cool, I'll install this. This is not fixed. This still applies. So do you have persistent APTs in your ESXi hosts? Maybe you do. How do you find out? Turn on UEFI secure boot. Then this is going to be impossible. Right? Great post by Mandiad. Please go read it. So if secure boot, you enable it in the underlying physical host where you run ESXi. So reboot the host, turn on secure boot, it's going to boot up again. You don't have to kind of reinstall. You can do it on existing ESXi hosts. Very easy. Just go home, do it tomorrow, or Friday, or Monday. Yeah, so it's going to prevent all of this. This is supposed to be prevented, but you have to do this as well. Do we have time for this? I think we have like
a few minutes. This is short. Cool. Though I would say like all the stuff we showed, also this is kind of where we're working on research and we've come quite far and we want to share this, is that sort of logging and detection is possible. So what we have sort of built is we forward the syslog to a sort of a log proxy, and then we can send it over to, we are working with Sentinel and Falcon. And sort of what we're doing is we filter out all the noise because it's very verbose. But if you focus,
hence the big arrow.
Yeah,
that's my PowerPoint skills.
But yeah, it is. If you just focus, like if you understand the attack path, that's like the stuff we should focus on, and that's how we build the filters. And alert on the crucial steps here, like stuff happening that sort of is a strong indication that you have a threat actor in your environment. So for instance, this is from Sentinel. When you enable SSH, as you can sort of surveil this one and alert on it, it's a very clear indication something is about to happen. It might be an admin, but yeah, it depends on context. But if you have eyes on it, you can alert on it and be aware. And as we told about how we all started this, we turned off this execute install. This is from the Sentinel, and you see the red box over there. Unknown content can cause malware attacks similar to ransomware. I think that's quite clear. This is not an alert I want in my environment. And then you have time to react. So this is a very clear alert that indicates now it's time to respond. So in summary, hypervisor attacks are on let's say I would say exponential growth. Because it makes sense from the attacker's point of view. Instead of ransomwaring every client, you can ransomware everything. It's it's a ring zero encryption, so you can bring down the whole data centers. Danish data centers has gone bankrupt due to this. Though, as we have discussed, all the attacks, they have the same pattern. So you can build detection for it. It's not impossible. It's not infinite variations you can attack at ESXi. So if you leverage that, we're in a strong positions.
Yep. And again, immutable backups are very important. Please get them. And vSphere cannot run EDR or agents. And that ties into the first point. That's why it's kind of vulnerable to these kinds of attacks. Good. So before we go to Q&A, we just want to say thank you very much for coming to our talk. I hope you got some good advice.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Really interesting.
Yes. Who asked the first question?
Exactly. Raise your hand. Or hand.
One over there.
We have one.
Oh my God, it's so far away. I'm running.
And when I said thank you for coming to our talk, I made it sound like you had a choice.
Exactly. The illusion. So who was it? Come on. Now it would be funny if someone over there said, no, it was me. Here you go.
So great talk.
Thank you.
When it comes to turning off the local exec protections, why do people do it in their ESXi environment? What's the use case? What kind of software are they even trying to run on their ESXi hosts?
So was the question why?
Why do they do it, and what kind of software is it that users are disabling this protection to actually run?
Yeah, the thing is, my point is that I think VMware should make the setting permanent, so it's not possible to disable it. And what's keeping them is probably some third-party stuff that still runs inside ESXi, although they've been told for the last 7 or 8 years, move to the outside, use the APIs instead. So there are very few legitimate use cases for running foreign software in ESXi. And 99.9% of ESXi hosts don't need to. It's just this fraction of customers running old stuff that's keeping this from progressing. I hope this will be a permanent setting in the next version. We'll see. Don't quote me on it.
Anyone else? You can do it.
Yes.
All over. It's a workout. It's a workout. I'm just kidding. Too soon. Go.
We all know that VMware is not the leading, at least in growth, hypervisor anymore. Do you have any research or how-to guides for the other hypervisors that are out here that basically do the same but are implemented for the other hypervisors?
I would say the architectural advice goes for any hypervisor. Don't let it be reached from the regular network. The other stuff is much more specific. There is no exec install only in Hyper-V because it's Windows, right? Yeah, so it's much more difficult, and that's what's good with having ESXi as a purpose-built appliance. So yeah, most of the overarching stuff is the same, but we don't have as much data. Well, we don't. I think we have colleagues who do, for Hyper-V at least.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, come back next year. Maybe we'll bring that in as well. Thank you.
One more?
Yeah, we're going to be around here after the talk. If you have a question that you didn't want to blurt out, we're going to be here at the conference. I have to leave after lunch today, but Nicklas is here, so go talk to him tonight if you have any more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
you. Okay, so we're going to do a short break, and then we will continue with the next talk. Did anyone hear the bell before? Yes? That means get back in here. So we will abuse that one from now. So yeah, see you soon.
Been to see our sponsors, got some swag, all good. Well, please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Melina Phillips.
Hey, thank you guys. Awesome. This is the first time I wear one of these microphones, so yeah. Alrighty. So before I start, I just wanted to say thank you all so much for taking the time to come here. I know there's a lot of cool stuff going on out there, and y'all took the time to be here and just kind of hear me babble about Active Directory. And to everybody involved in making Security Fest happen, thank you so much. This is amazing. So, yay. So let's get started. I'm really excited. So this is Hoedown Roundup, Active Directory Misconfigurations, Texas style. Yes. So about me. And I feel like a lot of people do this, but just kind of wanted to give you all a short introduction. I'm not just some random person wearing cowgirl boots. So offensive security engineer with 9 years of IT experience. The first 6 years of my career have been, the last 6 years have been dedicated to IT security, bachelor's degree in computer systems engineering, security operations, and incident detection. So although I'm currently working as a purple teamer, I've always felt that the security operations and the blue teamers are the unsung heroes of the industry. Like, everybody wants to be a pen tester and a hacker and cool and break into stuff, but security operations engineers always have to be right 100% of the time. Like, an attacker doesn't work a 9-to-5 schedule. Well, a pen tester can evaluate and assess an environment, write the report, and they're good to go. Security operations always has to be working, so just food for thought, I guess. And then there's like the boring alphabet soup, couple random facts about me. This is my first conference of the year and my second one across the pond. Prior talk was B-Sides Cambridge, and I was at 11 a.m. just kind of holding the line for lunch, so promise I'll try to keep it short. What is it that we're doing in here? So we're going to talk a little bit about Active Directory misconfigurations and how they could be abused. This is by no means a comprehensive guide. I would really like it if I could, use as much time as I could, but if I wanted to cover every single misconfiguration that has caused me really like a hard time, it would take me like a couple of days. So let's just think about this for a second. If Active Directory were a boyfriend, these are the red flags you want to be looking out for. So. Yeah, typically when you start your typical AD assessment, and I remember bringing this topic, mentioning to a couple of colleagues, like, hey, I want to talk about Active Directory misconfigurations. Like, okay, you do realize there's vulnerability assessments going on, right? You do know there's vulnerability scanners. Yes, we have vulnerability scanners, but a vulnerability scanner is not going to look at your Active Directory implementation. I mean, they might look at your domain controller, like if patches are missing, permissions, but they're really not going to be looking at groups, at OUs, at, like service accounts, and those are the ones we want to watch out for. Another thing that I get is, okay, there's third-party pen testing firms that can look at our stuff, and yes, but ask yourself, do you really want to be the person that needs somebody else to tell you what you should be doing when you know already you can be proactive? So you want to take that proactive approach and decrease the chances of potentially getting compromised. Again, nothing is unhackable, but if somebody's going to break into your stuff, make them work for it. Don't put it in a silver platter. So, the switchman. So I typically like to start my presentations with a little bit of a random story or a random fact, and yeah. So, promise this totally has something to do with Active Directory, so correlated to the main presentation. So in 1952, Mexican writer Juan Jose Arreola published a compilation of short stories with one of his main stories titled The Switchman. It's about this traveler trying to get to this really ambiguous place called T-Town. And he gets to a train station, and he finds an old employee from that train station, calls himself Switchman, and tells him, you know what? you're not going to get to T-Town. Not going to happen, not today, not tomorrow, who knows. So here's the deal. We really don't follow a schedule for our trains. We don't really respect tickets. We don't use IDs to identify passengers. People come and go as they please. Trains are broken. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Moral of the story, when a service is unpredictable, makes it very expensive and makes it useless. And this is something that we see with Active Directory bad implementations too. Domain controllers. So we all know what a domain controller is. We're really not going to reinvent the wheel. We're just going to take this as a little refresher. So this is a type of servers that they are responsible for responding to authentication requests and verifying users on computer networks. So they provide a structure for coordinating users and computers on the same network. The domain controller plays a role organizing and securing all relevant data within that domain. So let's just think as a domain controller as a type of server that processes authentication requests based on existing directory permissions. Let's just think, for example, Karen from accounting is like all nosy and wants to know what's going on in other people's shared drives. So, oh, surprise, surprise, she doesn't have permissions. That's when a domain controller comes to place, processing authentication requests when she's attempting to access a network resource. So, hold your horses. That's a phrase I use a lot. Okay, we want to start an assessment, and we want to start breaking into stuff and playing hacker and doing all the fun parts, but we really can't do that just yet. We also want to make sure that we got certain things and we're meeting certain requirements before we start. So, first thing we need, authorization. So, if it's not documented, it didn't happen, right? So that pretty much applies for anything in this case. So make sure you have written documentation. It's like, hey, you got the permission to perform this testing. Here it is. So this is in the event that something goes awfully wrong. You have something to cover yourself with. You also need a defined scope. You need your domain controllers. You need your IP ranges, computers. Like make sure you stay in scope no matter what. You need to define the type of testing, evasive, hybrid evasive, non-evasive. If anything, it's a no-no. For example, you find a host that is vulnerable to a DOS exploit. Do you really want to use it? A lot of the times that's a big no-no. Also, you want to use this opportunity to test your security controls, right? Active Directory, it's not just, okay, I'm going to see if I can get domain admin. Make the best out of your assessments. Like, make sure if you're getting, like the logs that you need, if your correlation searches on your SIEM are detecting this type of activity, if your EDR is responding. So this is a good opportunity for like an IT security exercise in general. You also want to have a defined timeline, and this is typically based on the type of the scope of the assessment. You want a testing schedule, especially when it comes to a domain controller being such a sensitive component of Active Directory and could potentially affect other services at SSO. You also want a communication plan avoiding disruptions, and I have a really bad story about this. And typically, okay, you're testing something, and you are using a tool that your EDR would typically pick up, right? In an ideal world, your host gets isolated, gets quarantined. You're not able to test anymore, right? So what happens? You reach out to your security operations team. It's like, hey, can you bring my host back online? Oh, that was you. Okay, good. I'll bring your host back online, but moral of the story, you're not only creating more work for them, you're interrupting your own work. So try to keep everybody in the loop and just make sure that every single stakeholder is aware of what's going on. Another thing we need a good documentation process, keeping note of your findings. So make it easier on yourself. At the end of the day, your report is the end product that you're going to be presenting. Just because this is an internal assessment doesn't necessarily mean you don't really need to put any attention on the report. So at the end of the day, this is where you present your findings. So it's your time to shine. Make the best out of it. Reporting plan, processes and stakeholders. So what does this even mean? So know your target audience, right? So your IT manager that's not technical a lot of the times are really not going to care how many hours it took you to crack a hash or how you created that word list. They're going to want to look at the bigger picture and how this could potentially affect the organization versus your system administrator that wants a more granular description of how you came to the conclusion that, like there are changes that need to be done. So another thing you need before an assessment, you need a domain join host. So that might appear to be like a dead giveaway, but if you're testing more than one domain in an assessment, you might not always get a domain join host. So you might want to get a little bit more creative, spin, like an instance of Kali, Parrot, and just kind of get a little bit more creative from there. You need a recovery plan. So basically, if you break something, just make sure you're able to bring it back. So snapshots, backups, just make sure you have that handy. You also need access credentials, and they need to be valid credentials with appropriate permissions based on the domain that you're testing. So what kind of permissions do we need? Well, that really boils down to your target goals in the assessment, but my experience, my suggestion is always go for the very, very minimum amount of permissions in the event that you want to see how you escalate privileges or how like a very average Joe user could really break into something and cause the most damage. So one thing to keep in mind, the documentation required prior to an assessment is going to be different, an internal assessment to an external assessment. So internal assessments, typically rely on existing documentation, like, okay, I have this on my SharePoint, I have this on my Confluence, my vulnerability scanner is going to give me this information. Versus like a third-party assessment, it's a lot more red tape. Like typically you have like a scoping call, like a scoping questionnaire, and you have rules of engagement, and you have your NDA. And a lot of the times internally, those are predefined the moment that you're working for a company. You're not going to be publicly disclosing information. So just something to keep in mind. Okay, so we already know all the cool stuff that we need before we start testing, like everything that we need. Now we're going to start gathering information. So we need our domain name. We need our domain controllers. Most of the times, we're going to be evaluating more than one domain controller. And why is this? Well, organizations typically have more than one domain controller because high availability reasons or different places in geographic areas or workload balancing, whatever reason, it's going to be more than one most of the times. Trust relationships to see how two domains communicate with each other and how they share resources. You want to look at group memberships, like your high-value targets. Who is an enterprise admin? Who is a domain admin? Or even if it's not something that appears to be like useful, it could be a group membership that involves an external service or an application that could, give you hints for you to move a little bit forward. You also want to look at group policies and service accounts. This is one of my favorites because a lot of the times we give service accounts more permissions than what they actually need. So you see service accounts with domain admin. Does it really need to be a domain admin? So. Security controls and monitoring. So you want to use this opportunity, like I said before, to work with your security operations team and see if everything is, like your controls are responding the way they should be. In this very specific case, I made a very generic domain, just kind of, like for demo purposes. User account name Phillips, Texas Corp local. So extremely secure password, totally go for it. Recommended. And so how do we gather information? This is all nice and fun and all that stuff, but truly, how do we gather information? This is a tool that I typically like using. I did not create it, but I find it really helpful. It's called LDAP Domain Dump. So here, I'm specifying the name of my domain, my user account, and my password. So I'm going to see what kind of information does it give me. So I can see, again, my domain computers, groups, policies, trusts, basically everything that I just mentioned. And the beauty of it is that it lets me grab information and it presents it in a format that makes it a little bit easier. Like, lots of people go for Bloodhound, and like, that's good. You don't have to be married to one particular tool, but you also want to make it easier on yourself. In this case, I can see my domain trusts. I have 2 additional trusts. And this goes back to what I mentioned before. Whenever you're scoping this type of assessments, make sure that your scope isn't limited to just one single trust, unless they tell you specifically or otherwise, like something to keep in mind. And in here, it also gives me the opportunity to look at user accounts. Like I was saying before, a lot of the times, we're giving service accounts more permissions than what they need. In this case, I see an SVC task. I see the group memberships. And you also want to look at account descriptions. You never know what you're going to find. Like, I've seen instances of people putting passwords in accounts descriptions. And I remember the first time I saw it, it wasn't for a domain admin, but it was for a higher privilege account. So, like I said, in this case, same password for all domains. So what does this tell me? Our password policies are bad. And here, for executed automated scripts, this guy likes his chicken salad. This is always something interesting to be looking at. So, next, assessment tools examples. So rather than looking at a particular tool, I want us to think of the methodology. Like, if I were a bad person and I wanted to break into something, what kind of intel and what kind of information would I need? Like I said before, you don't want to get married to a tool for different reasons. Sometimes they stop working on the project. Sometimes the developer goes like, this ain't fun anymore. I'm just going to go outside or become a makeup artist or travel the world. So a lot of the times your EDR, like, is going to pick up the tool pretty quickly, or you don't have a domain join host, and like, it's hard for you to just be deploying that tool. So these are tools I'm pretty sure you guys have heard of before. Personal favorites, LDAP domain dump, which is the one I just showed y'all, LDAP search, PowerShell Active Directory module. I love it. I know that some people might want to throw tomatoes at me, but it's a really useful tool. So, Lone Star Insights. These are pretty much like honorable mentions. Things to keep in mind, like some of the biggest red flags whenever you're evaluating, and these are simple and really ordinary and generic, but if you think about them, we still see them, and we still see them in production, and it's sad and it's scary at the same time. So, outdated SMB versions. Like, I've done assessments where I still see SMB version 1. And as we see that, we know that's still vulnerable, like Configure, Eternal Blue. So whenever you're playing Hack the Box or just kind of goofing off with your friends, that's the very first exploit that they make you run, like Eternal Blue. You get your little shell, and you're like, I'm a hacker. So, lack of replication amongst domain controllers. So this is particularly concerning. When changes don't get propagated amongst them, what happens is there are permissions issues in the end. And there are tools that systems administrators can run, like rep admin, and like look at the event viewer. But if you want to get a little bit more creative, you might want to work with your security operations team and create correlation searches, like make sure you're ingesting the correct logs. I think it's 1925 for domain controller replication failures. So, and based on those logs, you want to create, like alerts, like, hey, this is going on. Again, never, ever, ever rely on just one tool to do all the work. So it's also a responsibility to keep an eye on things that could potentially go wrong. Another misconfiguration, print spooler is enabled on domain controllers. Oh no. Your domain controller should be a single role type of server. In this case, we're talking about print spoolers, right? But I've seen people installing like multiple browsers on their DCs, or Microsoft, like Teams, or tools that they shouldn't really be using. So if you're not using something, no need to keep it there. Outdated EDR sensor, that's another misconfiguration. Delegation misconfiguration, that's another thing that I've seen before. So think about this as, Our ability to impersonate accounts. I remember back in the day when I used to work the service desk, and I was just goofing off with a friend. We were covering like the night shift. It was a holiday, and he was like, I was like, hey, can you give me permissions on Active Directory for this account? Can you add me to this group? How about you go add yourself? And I was like, okay, I'll add myself. And surprise, surprise, I was able to add myself. Back then, I thought it was amazing. Right now, not so much. So, certificate template permissions. So this is a topic that going in depth would probably take me the rest of the hour. But this is basically the baseline of how Active Directory certificate services abuse would happen. So think of a template as a predefined set of rules and settings for creating certificates. Improperly setting these permissions on certificate templates is going to let an attacker issue their own certificates and let them escalate privileges and compromise the network. Basically, we're impersonating somebody else and just authenticating via certificate. So that's pretty concerning if you think about it. And then we're going to start getting our hands a little bit dirtier. Hopefully, I didn't put anybody to sleep just yet. Common misconfigurations. SMB signing being disabled. So when SMB signing is enabled, every message is sent along with a signature embedded in the SMB header. And the signature is crafted by encrypting the SMB message contents using the AES algorithm. So think of this, for example, as a way of validating the authenticity and the integrity of our message. When SMB signing is disabled, that's when like man-in-the-middle attacks happen. SMB relay could happen, and that's when you can get all the goodies and potentially use them later on. Obviously, this could be changed directly in the group policy management. If you go to policies, Windows settings, local policies, security options. But again, in an internal assessment, 9 out of 10 times, they're not going to give you access to your domain controller right away. So it's up to you just to kind of get creative and find a way to enumerate this. I normally like PowerShell scripts and just kind of indicate the path that you need to be working with. And in this case, I'm indicating the registry value that I need to check if SMB signing is disabled or not. In this case, for this purpose, I left it as disabled, just kind of to show you guys. Another misconfiguration is improper trust relationships. So securing trust relationships is important. This could be potentially abused. You want to do it for identity management purposes, and you want to improve incident response. That's a reason to keep it in mind. So when I say improving incident response for trust relationships, this is, just imagine you get compromised, right? So we want to evaluate the scope of the damage, like, okay, how bad was this hacker able to hit me? What else were they able to have resources to? Not just my domain, but some, like another internal domain. You also want it for infrastructure optimization. You want to avoid administration overhead. Like sysadmins are already busy and have a lot going on as they are. So just, that's one more thing to check for. So it's typical, like get AD trust with PowerShell. You can also get it through LDAP domain dump, like I was mentioning before. I can see that I have 2 trusts in here. Another thing I've seen in the past, trust relationships to domains that are no longer valid. Domains that are no longer valid, like, okay, there is a company merger, there was this old domain, like there's still a trust. Oh, okay, we're no longer using that domain, and there's still a trust, so. Another thing to look for or keep in mind, another misconfiguration, weak password policies. So you want to keep a uniform criteria across domains when it comes to password policies. You want to enhance security and make it easy to manage. One thing that I've seen before in the past, and this is really sad to see, like, okay, I have a test domain that I'm just going to use it to play with, like my group, and I'm not going to be implementing changes in production. This is just a test domain. And it has a weak password policy. And the excuse would be, okay, this is not production. All right, this is not production, but an attacker is really not going to look at it that way. They're going to try to find a way to pivot besides think about it for a second. It only takes one bad action for us to make it into a habit. We don't want to do that. We're better than that. So you can get this information, again, from PowerShell. You want to look at your password policy. PowerShell can give you that. Also from the typical standard command line. You can get that too. Again, with LDAP domain dump. And here I was just goofing off and being silly and just kind of giving like irrational password policies. This one, like, it doesn't lock me out, woohoo! And 364 days is the maximum password age. So yeah, always make sure that you're keeping a good password policy. It's important. Another misconfiguration, scripts and sysvol, and this is something that I've seen in production as well. So if passwords or sensitive information are stored in these scripts, they could be at risk of exposure. So access to sysvolume, including the scripts folder, is typically available to all authenticated users. You don't even need to be like a high-level user. You can just be like a random, ordinary, like average Joe, and you're going to have access to sysvolume. So it's crucial to ensure that scripts do not contain plain text passwords or any sensitive data. So when I found this the first time in production, I wasn't even in IT security. I was kind of, I don't want to say just starting my career, but I was doing service desk work. And while it didn't really give me a valid password, it gave me like a good visibility of what did the password pattern look like. So it was using something like winter 2016. So what does this tell me? Winter 2017 or spring 2017. So that was the pattern that was in use. So you can get this with SMB clients, specifying your domain controller. And like I said, you have to make sure you have a valid username. It doesn't even have to be like a high-level credential. So this is pretty much what I'm getting, how I'm getting it, specifying name of my domain controller, sysvolume, my username. Surprise, surprise, I am accessing Texas Corp, and I'm going to see if I have something in my share. And I can see it. I have access to the scripts folder, and I'm going to try to see what's in this script. Obviously, I'm going to find credentials for demo purposes, but just kind of trying to show you guys, this is something that I've seen in the real world, and it was a little bit concerning when I found it. So I thought it was really cool back then. Right now, like I said, not so much. So yeah, I can see I have a username and I have a valid password in here. So going a little bit further, I'm going to see if these are valid credentials. Okay, I'm able to log in with these credentials. Whenever you get a shell, the first thing you want to do is, who am I? So I want to look at what groups am I a part of. So in here, I can see that I am a domain admin, sure. So TGS tickets. This is one of my favorite topics, and it's kind of sad that I don't really get to talk about it as much as I would enjoy. So TGS tickets are a crucial part of Kerberos authentication. So we know that Kerberos has three main components, like key distribution center, a ticket granting ticket, and an authentication server. When a user logs into a Windows system, they first authenticate with the domain controller and obtain a ticket granting ticket. So once the user has a ticket granting ticket, they send a request on resources to the network, and they do this by sending a request to the ticket granting service with the domain controller. And the TGS is going to respond by giving them a TGS ticket, like, okay, here's your ticket, and here's your information containing user information and information on the requested resource, right? So TGS tickets are not even, like a misconfiguration per se. This is an existing Windows feature, right? It's us. We are the ones who turn it into a misconfiguration. How? By using weak passwords, by avoiding account rotation, by not checking our permissions. So this is when an attacker really starts getting creative and they start abusing and playing with things they shouldn't be playing with. So obtaining a TGS ticket is really easy. You don't even need to be a privileged account. You can just be like any random average Joe or Karen from Human Resources being all frustrated, just even her. So get users SPN. This is a tool I like using. A lot of people like CrackMapExec. So this is pretty much how we would create a ticket, specify our domain, username and password, domain controller, and we make this request. So, boom, gives me my ticket. But all of this, you know, like, I'm getting the name of the account, the group membership, the name of my domain. All of this appears to be useless, okay? It's just like a random encrypted, you know, like hash, whatever. This is how we learn that we need to crack them. So it is possible to crack these tickets. You can just copy the extracted hash into a file, rule-based attacks to increase password efficiency, and wow, awesome. So yeah, rule-based attacks. Rule-based attacks are good. Another thing you can do, you can play around with word lists. There's crunch and there's cool, but basically the moral of the story here is you want to make it granular to your organization, right? Let's just say you work for, I don't know, are we allowed to say company names? Let's just say that you work for, I don't know, Victoria's Secret or Sephora or whatever. Just make it related to your job or terminology that's internal, right? So terms that you know you would use within your company, or you can create them, like I said, with those tools, just kind of have some fun with the word lists. Consider using a dedicated hardware, such as a high-performance GPU or a dedicated cracking rig. Oh my gosh, so I remember where I was just like cracking my first hash. I used to do it, don't do this is embarrassing, but whatever, through just like a VM. Like I didn't have a cracking rig, I was just like, I'm gonna use my VM to crack a hash. Terrible, so. Implement proper security measures to protect extracted hashes. So if you're able to grab a hash from an account, still treat it, you know, like carefully. Just because you're not able to crack a hash and it's not in plain text doesn't mean somebody else won't be able to get that for you. So if you have access to a privileged account management solution, like anything that is out there, you can create a folder and just add whoever is involved with the assessment and keep this information protected. So typically this is how I would do it. Just crack me TXT is where I'm storing my hash. So what I'm gonna do is run hashcat 13100. This is for TGS tickets. Generated output is just gonna, you know, like store the output in a text file. Crack me TXT is where I'm storing it. And this is the word list that I created. So I disable the pod file just because I want my hash in there to be displayed. So there it is. I don't really know why it came up as a candidate too, but even from candidates, like you can get this information and get a little bit more creative and twist it to potentially be able to use it and play with it a little bit more. So there it is, administrator 1, 2, 3. So, okay. Neglecting privilege groups. That is another misconfiguration that I see too. You want to be able to identify disabled accounts. You want to see a need to know, like, take the time, you know, like within the year to evaluate, does this person really need access to this group? Do they really need to be able to view this information or the contents of this shared drive or access this location? You also want to simplify management and you want to ensure compliance. Like, depending on the type of information and the type of organization, a lot of the times these exercises are done for compliance reasons too. So this is the messiest script ever in history, but it turns out to be really useful. So just kind of play with it. It's a lot of grepping. It's a lot of extracting. So here's the name of my domain controller, username and password, and I'm looking at this three particular concerning groups: domain admins, enterprise, and schema admins. You also want to look at accounts that are enabled and disabled too. And you want to extract the account description as well. So in here, just kind of getting a little bit more creative, and it's going to give me, okay, I have several accounts in privileged groups, and these accounts are disabled too. So something else to keep in mind. Same password for all domains. Always look at your descriptions. Those are important too. One more misconfiguration, abusing obtained credentials. This is an attack. So let's just say that we already have domain admin credentials. What are we able to do with them? So we want to cause the most damage, right? And like have the most fun. So in order for this attack to be successful, domain admin privileges are required. You could also do this with enterprise admin. But more specifically, it needs to the following extended privileges, which is DS replication changes and DS replication get changes all. So basically, what does a DC sync attack entail? Well, this happens whenever an attacker tries to impersonate a domain controller and perform a replication action. It's like, hey, I'm a domain controller. Can I get information regarding, like your passwords and your usernames? And okay, sure, you're a domain controller. I'm gonna send you this information right away. So in here, for example, this is the same account that I found before, SVC LDAP, with the password that was seen in that description. And I am going to be dumping all my LSA secrets. And this is what pretty much would look like. So no authenticated scans. This is not a misconfiguration per se, but it's something messy that I've seen in the past, and I've seen it happening too. You want to get results accuracy, right? So you have to make sure that your domain controllers are part of your authenticated scans in whatever vulnerability scanning engine you're looking at for detection of complex vulnerabilities, and you want to do it for compliance reasons, like I said before, depending on the organization. So really generic, you just set up like privileged credentials or anything that is able to access your domain controller. And I set up a really generic instance with OpenVAS, not my favorite scanner. But what I'm doing right now is evaluating my domain controller. In here, I'm checking that I'm using the service account that I mentioned before, SVC scanner. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to look at everything that gets checked within an authenticated scan. So in here, I'm making sure that I'm targeting the correct domain, Dallas, DC. And I'm going to be checking, what does an authenticated scan entail? All right. So I'm going to check, what results did it give me? What's in there? I can see that I was able to log into SMB. In here is showing as successful. And I can see that access to the registry was possible through SMB. That is correct. And I can see in here that my domain controller, the 129 IP address, was the one that was scanned. So pretty much like a checklist of things. This is one of our last points to look at. Lack of user access review. We're almost done. Access retention during department transfers. And this is something, again, that I've experienced. I had the privilege of working with this guy. He's really, really amazing. He used to be a system administrator. They put him in the security team. So anyway, so he was basically dragging all permissions from his old role into the security team. Again, he was able to make changes to Auth365, administrator privileges. To us, it was amazing because it was good to have like somebody do all that work for us. But at the same time, in theory, it was not right to do that. For cross-domain account analysis, if you have the same account in different domains, you want to make sure that, do I truly need this permissions? Is this okay? Is this correct? Whenever you're wrapping up projects or for contractor access management, contractors typically have to sign an NDA based on the type of organization or information that is being managed. So we don't want to give people more permissions than what they truly need. Wrapping up. Hopefully I didn't put y'all to sleep. All right, final thoughts. 5 Ps. Prior preparation prevents poor performance. I love that phrase. Say that 5 times. So, yeah, just make sure you have everything you need whenever you are, before you're performing an assessment. Most importantly, make sure you have permissions. Make sure you stay in scope. And if you do break something, make sure you have a way to bring it back. Rinse and repeat, stay consistent. So I had somebody asking me yesterday, and I love that question, and I love it when people ask me that question. What do you think is the biggest misconfiguration in Active Directory? And I said, it's not Active Directory per se, it's the way we treat it. We treat it as a one-time type of implementation, and it shouldn't be like that. It's something we need to be constantly evaluating. So let's just think of IT solutions as skincare for two reasons. Just because something works for one of our friends doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna work for us. And two, as we get older, the stuff that we need changes, and we need to be more careful. So don't put all your eggs in one basket. So don't rely on just one single tool to do all the work, right? So this applies also for security controls. Don't say, okay, I have my EDR, I'm good to go, woo! So you wanna take defense in depth or a layered security type of approach, right? So if something doesn't work, okay, I have this other level of control or this other additional level of security. And then last but not least, collaboration. Security is a team sport. It's not just a pen tester evaluating your environment. It's not just a security operations team, like creating correlation searches. It's not just a security engineer deploying this type of solutions that are, like giving us our logs. It's not just the CISO overseeing all of this happening. It's everybody. We're all in this together. So, and that's it.
Thank you so much. That was great. Do we have any questions in the crowd?
Yeah.
No one? Come on. All right. Well, thank you so much again, Melina.
Thank you.
And now we have a little bit of time before lunch, about half an hour. So at 12:30, we're opening the restaurants. So again, if you missed it the first time, check what color your lanyard is, follow the signage, get help from anyone standing around who wears a security fest t-shirt or vest, or from the hotel staff to make sure you end up in the right restaurant. And another thing, we did some wrangling, so we were able to push back the closing time for the bar tonight till at least 1 a.m. Woohoo! All right. See you guys after lunch. Thank you.
Yep, go. Find your seats. Run, charge. Was lunch okay? Everyone happy? Good. If you're not happy, I won't ask. Just be happy. So find your seats, please. About to begin. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. Yeah. Anyone else than me? Things like ding, 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 bring your dead. You get the reference? Yeah, it's not only me. Okay. I think we're going to get started. Yes? So give me a warm hand or help me. I can't speak anymore, sorry. Help me presenting our new speaker, our next speaker, Adhokshaj. Shh. The G on the end was not silent. Yeah. So, yeah. Very welcome, sir. Take it away.
Hello. So, good afternoon, everyone. Slightly louder, please. That's better. So, before I start this talk, I want to clarify a bunch of things. There is a lot of content written on the slides, but you are not supposed to read all of that right now. Okay? That is to be used as a reference material when you go back to your places and you want to dig more into it. Okay? What I will do, I will try to verbalize my thought process for this attack. You are supposed to focus on the thought process, not on whatever is written here. Okay, that is only reference material. Is that clear? Yes. Okay, so the topic is rather strange looking. We are going to deal with containers, typical Docker containers, and we will try to breach the container boundary, as in we will leak some data from container A to container B using side channel. Generally, you do it via misconfiguration, via some exploit, something like that, but we are not going to use any of that, okay? So this is the agenda. I will start with my introduction, then we will talk about some motivation, as in why someone would like to do something like this. Then we will revisit container internals, some stuff about CPU, instruction set, power consumption, how physical layer communication happens, how a side channel is designed. Then there will be a recorded demo. And then we will talk about test setup that you can probably replicate if you want. And then we will briefly discuss possible detections and countermeasures. So this is my introduction. I am Adhokshaj Mishra. I work as security research lead in an EDR company. I mostly focus on breaking things. As in, I am not the guy who will tell you how to stop some bad thing from happening. I'm the person who is going to tell you how to make bad things happen. Okay? I go in opposite direction. I mostly dabble into offensive side of malware, little bit of applied cryptography. I used to dabble in cryptographic backdoors as well, that I don't do anymore, mostly because of limited time. I am a hobbyist programmer. I don't write code for my profession. I just do it because I like writing code and automating my stuff, okay? I mostly care a bit too much about FOSS, even though I am using a MacBook, which is not really FOSS. My guilty pleasure, setting things on fire, breaking things apart, and making other people go nuts. And we can connect over LinkedIn. Username is here. This is a typical boilerplate disclaimer. Whatever I am going to teach you is only for academic interest only. So do not repeat it without proper authorization in place. And if you do it and land in hot water, then come to me that, hey, Mishra, I did what you talked about, and now I am in complete mess. I will be like, okay, I don't care. So now we come to the motivation part. How many of you have heard about the phrase side channel attack? Just raise your hands. Is it because of meltdown and spectre? I suppose most of you heard about it during meltdown and spectre. Okay. Have you heard about fan smitter? Okay, so some years ago, there were a couple of researchers who leaked data using noise generated by the cooling fan found in your computers. Okay, that was pretty fantastic research that got shared a lot, and then it came to me. I made a comment saying that, okay, bandwidth is going to be pretty crap. So it is good as an academic exercise, but practically it is not really useful. And then someone was like that, okay, you are saying this because you cannot pull something like this off. I took the bet, result is here. That is one part of the motivation. Second is containers are way too popular. How many of you deal with deployment side of things? Infrastructure type stuff? A lot of you. Probably you also deal with Docker and Kubernetes. Please raise your hands. Fantastic. How many of you are developers? Quite a bit of you. Nice. So probably you also want to ship your machines. You have a bug, but stuff is working on my machine. So I will just clone my machine and give it to you. Ergo, the biggest use of containers. And then there is this point of having at least some sense of security, because you are basically isolating processes across certain boundary, and then you get this feeling that, okay, it is isolated, therefore it is a bit more secure. Fine? Now, since containers are also getting monitored for security incidents, maybe you use something like Sysdig Falco or some other bunch of tools specific to either containers or Kubernetes or cloud-specific stuff. Many of you will be probably already doing this. The problem is that if it is getting monitored, I cannot really have too much fun. If I try to have some fun, I will be busted. I do not want to get busted. I want to have fun. Okay, that is my motive. Then side channels are pretty sexy things. They give me social brownie points. I get bragging rights. Bro, you only write exploits for misconfiguration? Noob. I make side channel attacks. Me legend. Okay, and last point is, it is extremely difficult to monitor for side channel attacks in general. So there is no specific tool or specific technique that can protect you against side channel attacks. Now we will go with very quick recap of containers. Most of you probably already know it is mostly a set of one or more processes which are basically isolated from rest of the system. It allows us to partition resources. It allows us to set some sort of policies that our container can use only 20% CPU or only 100 Mbps bandwidth, something like that. And obviously, it allows you to ship your machine. It works on my machine. Take my machine away. And that also means that at deployment time, you don't really have to deal with headaches. You don't really care about which version of glibc is installed on Ubuntu or Debian or CentOS or something else. You're just like, okay, this is the image, Docker pull, Docker run, be done. Now, because of scaling, this became really popular. And second reason is that for some reason, people really like to replicate Google, whether it is applicable or not. So Kubernetes it is. And it also has a lot of easy-to-use tooling. Docker is really easy to use. There are 1 million write-ups, so everyone is learning Docker. And obviously, it is popular everywhere, which means if I target containers, I have a lot of targets to pick from. If my stuff does not work at one place, probably it will work at some other place, and I will end up doing something fun. That is my last motive. Now, this is how we start a very simple container which has absolutely nothing fancy going on here. Ubuntu image, bash as a startup process, and we get a bash shell. This is something that you do once you start learning Docker container. The step one is paste this command, Docker run it image name and process name, and you get a shell to do something, whatever you want to do, right? And obviously, there is nothing shared between host and containers, okay? I have not shared any path, any volume, anything, nothing. It is just completely isolated container, or at least that is how our write-ups and blogs try to portray it. They show you this command line. They say that in command line, nothing is shared. Therefore, nothing is actually shared, but there is a cache. If I do something like this, what I am doing here, that I am accessing some particular temperature sensor, and I am getting some reading out of it, okay? Now, if I do the same thing on host, what ends up happening that I am getting exactly same value inside container and outside container. By the way, this thing does not happen in virtual machines. In virtual machines, the sensors are virtualized and they basically give some dummy values. They don't give you actual readings, but it is not the case in containers. Which means, if somehow, I don't know how, if somehow I can manipulate the sensor into giving a reading that I want it to give, I can twist and turn this into leaking data. Does that make sense? Okay. So my biggest problem is somehow controlling this thing and controlling this thing little bit reliably. If I am able to pull this off, this is going to work, okay? So now, that is my reaction basically when I was doing this. Now we come to some little bit of basics part. Most of you studied about CPU in school, that this is a tiny chip that does all the brainy work in computer. And you learned about instruction set most probably in your undergraduate courses in engineering, when you were learning assembly or something like that. Is that correct? But did someone tell you about power consumption thing? Yes or no? No one talked about it. And that is the fun part. Fun part has been missing so far. So this is a very quick rundown of CPU. You already know it. I will skip it. Instruction set, it is basically a complete set of all possible instructions. There are different types of instruction sets that you can catch up at some other point of time. And now we come to the fun part that has been missing so far, and that is power. There are a bunch of thumb rules. One is obviously the more work you do in per unit time, the more power you are going to require, okay? Similarly, the more complex your instruction set architecture is, the more power you need to actually run it, okay? And even in instruction set, if you pick some instruction which is doing a lot of convoluted stuff in one go, it will generally take a lot more power than some other simpler instructions. The only problem is that if you keep doing it for a long time, CPU does not really like it. How many of you have heard about speed step and turbo boost? Just raise your hands. Speed step. Very few. Turbo boost? Okay, how many of you have seen shameless promotions from CPU vendors? My CPU runs at 2.4 gigahertz and up to 3.2 gigahertz. So if you go below 2.4 gigahertz, that is underclocking, that is done by a speed step. And if you go above 2.4 gigahertz, that is overclocking, that is done by turbo boost, okay? The problem is that CPU does not really like getting too hot. Okay, if it goes too hot, it will immediately shut itself off. So that also means that we cannot really do it for very long time. Now, second piece of the puzzle, physical layer of communication. And communication is something that many of you probably learned about it in your computer network subject, most probably in undergraduate course of computer science. You learned a bunch of different protocols. And then physical layer communication was just, oh yeah, there is something happens at physical layer. We will move on to some other topic now. That is what happens, correct? At absolute best, you probably heard about something like Manchester encoding, but then that is the end of physical layer communication. Am I correct? Okay, so we will cover this into a little bit more detail. So now suppose I want to transmit some bits, okay? A very obvious approach can be that I set two values at whatever it is. It may be temperature, current, voltage, whatever it is. And I can say that, okay, if I set this value to high, for some definition of high, I will consider it as 1. And if I keep it low, I will interpret it as 0. Okay, this is very simple stuff. And now if I want to transmit something in sequence of zeros and ones, I can keep varying the levels between high and low, and I can read it at other end and then recover zeros and ones out of it. Okay? Good part is it is very easy to implement, very easy to understand, but will it work in practice? What do you think? Or rather, what do you think should happen? What is your intuition here? Should it work? Will it work? Or is there some catch and there is some sort of devil hiding somewhere in the details that we are unable to see? Anyone? Any guesses? Sorry? I did not get you. Yes, that is a problem. If there is a continuous stream of ones or continuous stream of zeros, we have a problem. We will eventually lose count of it. Maybe I am transmitting 4 ones and I am getting only 3 ones or 5 ones. So that is a problem. And this is because of timing. Okay? I am keeping some sort of time delta, and if timing is getting out of whack, I will either miss data or I will try to produce data out of thin air, and both of them are wrong. Okay? Now, an ideal clock does not really drift, but in practice, no matter which clock you are going to use, it is going to drift. Maybe it will slightly go faster, maybe it will go slightly slower, maybe it will bounce between faster and slower, or do something equally funny, but it is not going to maintain constant ticking rate. Which means that as an engineer, we have to figure out how to deal with it. So now the problem statement is that we are having timing issues because we are having 2 different clocks at both ends, okay? Now someone can come up and say that, okay, problem is because we have 2 clocks. What if I take only 1 clock, wire it at both ends, and then transmit? One obvious problem is that if the range is rather long, then you can't really wire same clock at both ends. But even for short durations, it is not really going to work. Okay? And the reason why it is not going to work is because of timing skew. Okay, now a quick question. How many of you have seen PCBs, printed circuit boards? Many of you. Have you paid attention to the traces that you see? Many times, instead of taking shorter route, some of the traces will go and take rather long route for some region. And at some other instance, you may see some sort of squiggly lines. Trace is getting straight, then bunch of squiggly lines, then it is getting straight again. Have you ever wondered why? What is the purpose of those squiggly lines on the PCB? Or why are we routing it, taking much longer route than optimally needed on the PCB? Ever thought about it? Do you know the answer? Delay. Sorry? Delay. Yes, you want to set both wires of signal at same length. Okay? If there is mismatch of length on one end, you will get one part of the signal faster than the other, and then you will run into issues. So that is basically timing skew. Now, there are different types of clocks. There are edge-triggered, there are level-triggered, but the problem is that you have to deal with skew. So we cannot really take one clock and wire it at both ends. This is really not going to work. Okay? Now there will be a bunch of violations. You can search about these phrases on internet and read in more detail because these are more complex than really required here. Now, we cannot have 2 separate clocks. We cannot have 1 clock wired at both ends. So what is the option that we have now? Anyone willing to take any guess? Sorry? And how exactly is that going to solve timing problem? Okay, here's the solution. We throw the clock away. We don't really need a clock. And we don't need a clock Because self-clocking signaling is a thing. And it works like this. Suppose I have a signal of constant frequency. It can be 1 hertz, 10 hertz, 100 hertz, whatever. All I am saying that this part of signal will maintain this specific frequency for entire duration of the communication. Which means if I generate that constant frequency at one end, you can capture that signal at other end, figure out its specific frequency, and then use that frequency as clocking mechanism at other end. Okay? Now, the problem is that you can send timing information this way, but now you can't really send any data with it. Earlier, we were able to send data, but we were not able to send timing. Now we are able to send timing, but we are unable to send data. So what do? We basically do modulation, and it is something that probably you heard about during your school years, or maybe if you are familiar with old school radios, there used to be 2 settings, amplitude modulation and frequency modulation at least. So this goes back to the same part. And now what we are going to do that for timing, we need frequency to be constant, okay? Which means for data, we cannot change frequency. Which means I can change either amplitude, that is amplitude modulation for same frequency, or I can change the phase difference of the signal. There are 2 options. Now, we are not really going to do this amplitude modulation because that signal quality becomes really crap, which you will know if you have ever tried to hear something on amplitude modulation radio over long distances, voice starts crackling, right? So we can't really use that, which means that we have to rely on that phase modulation. And for phase modulation, there is one specific scheme that is used at too many places that is called binary phase shift keying. If any of you are from electronics and communication background, probably you studied this. For computer science, maybe you studied, maybe you didn't, depending upon the school you went to, but this is covered in electronics and communication. Now, if you have heard about Manchester encoding, you just need to know that Manchester encoding is one specific case of binary phase shift keying. So for this specific purpose, what we are going to do, we are going to stick to Manchester code because this is taught basically everywhere, okay? Now, for Manchester code, there are 2 different standards. One is IEEE, one is G.E. Thomas, and basically the interpretation is opposite. That is the only change. Here's an example of Manchester code. On top, you see the clock signal at a specific fixed frequency. Below that, you see the data signal. And then you see that phase modulated signal that is getting transmitted, okay? Now, we are able to send timing information. We are able to send the actual data that we want to transmit. But the question is, how do I know when transmission started? And how do I know when transmission stops? Because that timing signal is consistent. I keep getting data, I keep getting signals, but now I do not really know when to start recording the data and when to stop recording the data. Is the problem statement clear to everyone? Okay. Now, there are a bunch of options. One is we can do out-of-band signaling, as in we can have yet another signal, which basically tells that, okay, data transmission starts here and data transmission stops here. But the problem is that now we need 2 separate channels instead of 1. And engineers, being engineers, don't really like to do hard work. They are pretty lazy species. So what they do? They do something called self-synchronizing code, okay? Earlier we had self-clocking signaling, and now we have self-synchronizing code. Basically, we take same channel and we do every goddamn thing on the exact same channel, just because we do not want to deal with 2 separate channels, because we are lazy, okay? So a self-synchronizing code has a very cryptic definition in computer science, but the basic idea is that you take two magic sequences, okay? And the only condition is that those magic sequences should not translate to any valid data, which means even by mistake, you should not be able to decode any sensible data out of these two magic sequences. Once you have that, you say that, okay, sequence 1 is the start of the transmission, sequence 2 is the end of the transmission. And whatever happens between start and end is your actual data. Make sense? If you want an example, probably you are familiar with Unicode. How many of you have dealt with Unicode? A lot of you. How many of you cried while dealing with Unicode? Many of you. And you cried because it is variable length encoding. You don't know whether you have to read only 1 byte or 4 byte or maybe more than that. Correct? And for that, if you want to separate between glyphs, you have to basically rely on magic markers in UTF-8 as well, 2 of which are given here. These are used to denote that, okay, this is where one character boundary stops and next character is going to start. So this is an example of self-synchronizing code. Now, since some wise man once said that devil is in details, we are yet to get rid of that devil, and devil is called noise. Okay, we figured out timing, we figured out data transmission, we figured out synchronization, and now we are dealing with noise part. And concept of noise is really simple, okay? Suppose we have this hall, I don't have mic, and all of you are talking to your immediate peers. There will be too much noise, and if I try to say something, most of you will completely miss whatever I am saying. Even if you try to focus on what I am saying, you will not be able to make any sense out of it because all the noise is getting jumbled up and it stops making sense. That is noise for you, and that is what happens during transmission as well. This is an example. On top, you see original, really nice looking clean signal, and then you see noise, and the result is some sort of garbage like this. And the problem is that we have to deal with it, and we have to somehow extract the topmost signal from the bottommost signal. Okay? Now, how many of you are afraid of theorems for whatever reason? Maybe you did not like writing proofs, maybe you hated theoretical aspects of computer science or communication. Please raise your hands. Only one? Rest of you really enjoyed writing proofs? You are laughing. That means you did not enjoy writing proofs. Okay, so here we have this problem. And now we have some really amusing theorems, okay? First one is Shannon-Hartley theorem. It looks, again, rather mathematical with a lot of specific meanings, units, dimensions. Again, we will not go into that right now because this is reference material. The basic idea is this. For any channel which has some amount of noise, where you can measure the overall power of noise and signal, this theorem basically tells you the maximum theoretical bandwidth that you can achieve under presence of noise. Which means that as long as you transmit below that maximum frequency, that maximum bandwidth, you will be able to eventually transmit all the data that you want to transmit. The only condition is you do not breach the bandwidth. Okay? That is one part. Second part is this neat little theorem, and this says that for any communication channel which has some amount of noise, again, you should be able to quantify how much noise is there, how much signal you want to transmit. It basically says that it is possible to transmit data in such a way that you get arbitrary amount of accuracy. See, here, because of noise, our signal is not clean anymore, okay? Which means that if you try to interpret under presence of even stronger noise, you will end up misinterpreting the original signal, okay? This theorem basically says that there exists some sort of scheme. It does not give you exact scheme. It only proves presence of such schemes which allow you to recover the original signal from noisy signal. Okay? First one gave us maximum bandwidth. Second tells us that somewhere out there in the world of communication theory, there is some scheme which will allow us to transmit data without any errors. But it does not tell you how to do that in practice. It only proves presence of such schemes. And that is why people hate mathematics. A mathematician will come and say, okay, I prove that there exists something like this. And then you ask, okay, how do I do it? Meh, I don't care. Now, once we have established this, there was a lot of work on this error correction mechanisms, and these are called error correction codes. These are basically extra bits in transmission which do two things. One, they tell you if there, basically they do three things. One, they tell you if there is an error. Second, they tell you which bit is incorrect. And third, they allow you to recover that bit. First, you need to know that some error happened. Second, you need to know exactly on which bit that error happened. And then you need to figure out how to correct that error. Okay? These three things are done by error correction codes. And again, there are a bunch of simple-looking to very strange-looking mathematical things which allow us to do it. We will not go into nitty-gritty of that. You just need to know that there are basically two types. One is block-based code, where you need some block of data. And then you put error-correcting code for that entire block. It cannot do for something that is smaller than a block. And then there are continuous codes which can be used in some sort of streaming system, right? So for examples, for block code, there is something called Hamming code, widely covered in computer network courses in universities. Second one is convolutional code. Maybe you read about it, maybe you didn't, depends upon which book you picked up. Now there are some more examples. For example, Reed-Solomon code, convolutional Hamming, we already covered. And now we have basically all the bells and whistles to deal with all the devils in whatever we are going to do. So now the only one problem remains, and that is design of covered channel. And which means we are back to controlling that temperature sensor. Okay, if I want to say, if I want to make it to say A, it should say A. It should not say B, okay? Now, for definition, a covered channel or side channel is basically some sort of unintentional channel that is not really supposed to exist, but still somehow exists because we are not in a perfect world. And then these are a bunch of elements. First, you need some parameter that you can control. It may be voltage, it may be time, it may be noise, it may be fan speed, it may be CPU frequency, it may be something else. It may be presence of file, it may be size of file, it may be voltage on RAM, whatever you think. As long as it is controllable, we can use it, okay? Then you need some mechanism to control that parameter with respect to time. Here we need something which can be controlled. Then we need some mechanism which allows us to control that parameter. Then we need modulation, demodulation, clocking, synchronization that we already covered. Those are already solved problems. We just reuse it and move on. Now we are here. This is the crux of the talk, and that is temperature as covered channel. Now, what is the parameter here? The parameter is CPU temperature, okay? Control mechanism, I am going to stress the CPU, trying to make it do a lot of work in very small amount of time, which will force it to use a lot of power, which will eventually result in a lot more energy wastage, which will come up as heated CPU dies, okay? And if I remove that stressing code, it will eventually cool down back to its normal range because our computers have heat sinks, thermal paste, fancy fans, liquid cooling, bunch of other things. Modulation, demodulation, clocking, synchronization, you are free to use whatever scheme you are happy with. It doesn't really matter. Now, I want to stress the CPU, which means, going back, I need to find some instructions which do a lot of work in teeny tiny amount of time, okay? There are a bunch of extensions supported by Intel chips and AMD chips. Now, here again, we have a bunch of thumb rules. Basically, it is reiteration. You need to do a lot more work in little bit of time. You need to pick very complex instruction sets. And even in that instruction set, you need to pick basically most complex instructions. Okay? Now, for Intel architecture at least, instruction sets generally increase in complexity with time. Newer the chip, the more complex instruction set it tends to support. CPUs mostly run underclocked, basically to keep them cool and to, in case of laptops, to reduce their power utilization, which results in longer battery backup. And power consumption is roughly proportional to third power of frequency. So if you double the frequency, power consumption becomes roughly 8 times, okay? Now, what we are going to do, we are going to use AVX instruction set, because that is the maximum I could do on my Intel laptop. And to find exactly which instructions to use, what I did, I basically picked a bunch of instructions at a time, and I ran them in a loop, trying to figure out at what time I am seeing how much spike in temperature. And with a lot of trial and error and guesswork, I eventually figured out these things which seem to work rather nicely. How many of you studied assembly language in your college? How many of you still use assembly language in some capacity? Maybe reverse engineering, maybe exploit writing, shell coding, anything. Raise your hands. Have you ever used any of these instructions? Exactly. Now, for first instruction, it does a lot of things. It will take double precision floating point values from 2 huge registers. It will multiply, pack them, add to third register, and then put result into some other register. And similarly, all these 3 instructions are doing it. Okay, based on the description that I have given here for first instruction, what do you think is the use case for this? I mean, Intel will not be that stupid that they will be like, okay, we need to do something. Let us add one more instruction to do something, whether it makes any sense or not. So the question is, what is the intended use case of this? Anyone? And AI came way later. Exactly. These instructions are rather heavily used whenever you have to process a lot of graphics stuff. So most of the time you will see these things in your gaming engines, in your video processing units, that sort of stuff. Now we have instructions, and now we have to take opposite track. We generally read about optimization things. We want to optimize for memory consumption. We want to optimize for load on CPU, for storage, for bandwidth. But here we need to go opposite. We want to de-optimize it as far as possible, because we do not want to run the CPU cool. We want to run it hot as it can go. Anyone? Any ideas? Take a wild guess. You have learned about optimization, so you know what to do. You have to just go against those wisdoms, and you end up with this. Now, again, there are a bunch of pro tips. You can do a lot of floating point arithmetic. It is costlier than integer arithmetic. Division is costlier than multiplication many times. One practical advice is that if you want to do something like this, you need to pack multiple instructions in a tight sequence. You can't pick one instruction and loop around it. Okay, you have to pack multiple instructions, make a hot loop, and then loop that entire set of instructions to make CPU go hot. And since our CPUs are multi-core as of now, what we do, that we take same code, we run it on all the cores at same time. Now, Doing this, we will be able to heat our CPU dice, but now we want to cool it down. Newton's law of cooling. Does it look familiar to you? Okay, you forgot. Probably in school you did some small experiment where you take boiling water in a copper vessel, wrap it in a wooden box, put a thermometer, and then you plot a graph that at time t0, temperature is this, t equal to 5 minutes, temperature is that, t equal to 10 minutes, this is next temperature, and then you get a graph something like this. Do you recall that experiment or not? You didn't do that? No problem, you can Google about this. So it basically says that the higher the difference between hot and cold, the faster it will cool down. This means that while I am trying to heat the CPU up, I should not heat the heatsink itself. If the heatsink itself becomes hot, the temperature difference between the CPU and heatsink will be much smaller than I desire, which means that CPU will take long time to cool down. And I don't have that much patience. I want this to go fast. Okay? So here we have opposite constraints. On one side, I want to heat the CPU, but on the other side, I do not want to heat the heatsink, which is directly sitting on top of the CPU. Do you realize the weirdness of this thing? Now, this I already explained. We cannot keep CPU hot for long enough time, because then heatsink will become hot. And if we do it anyway, CPU will start throttling and it will refuse to heat up further, defeating the whole purpose. For cooling, logic is simple. We just stop running all those fancy and weird looking instructions and let physics do its thing. Okay, now here are the practical constraints. We should be able to heat the CPU by sufficient margin within 2 to 3 seconds max. Longer than that, and our heatsink starts heating up, which we do not want. We have a timing constraint here. Similarly, CPU should be able to cool down back to normal temperature within 3 or maximum 4 seconds. Again, because I don't have that much patience. Okay? And heating and cooling should be reliable with respect to time. It should not be that, okay, this time I am able to heat it by 15 degrees Celsius in 2 seconds, but 5 minutes later it is taking only 1 second or taking 3 seconds for same temperature delta. This is not going to work. So it has to be reliable. And system load from all other things which are running on that same machine, they should be almost static. Otherwise, this whole timing thing will go for a toss. Now we have a lot of coding stuff. We designed the hot loop that will stress the CPU. Okay, and now I have 3 different options. I can write directly in assembly. I can write in inline assembly and do rest of the code in C++ or C, or I can write using intrinsic. Since I am lazy, I hate working hard. Therefore, I do not want to learn the assembly aspects of those weird instructions, which means I am not going to use assembly. That also translates to I am not going to use inline assembly either, because again, I have to open that Intel developer's manual and read about those weird and cryptic looking instructions, trying to figure out which instruction is going to take which particular register. I don't have time for that. Okay? I want the compiler to do the heavy lifting for me. I only want to hint it to me, bro, please do this. I don't want to put any more effort than that. Okay? All we need, Linux box, that is free, and the glorious GNU G++ compiler. This is the basic setup. There are a bunch of 256-bit registers, and then I am storing a bunch of arbitrary floating point values. The values themselves don't really matter. You can put any floating point value you want. And then for hot loop, I do something like this for all the registers that I have declared here. Okay? And this is done to ensure that the CPU is going to see a lot of AVX instructions tightly, one after another, one after another, one after another, so it does not have time to wait for something else and lose all the heat that it got from this, okay? Now, for data I/O, what we are going to do, we will take data, convert it to sequence of zeros and ones, basically conversion to binary. Then we will figure out clocking, synchronization, Manchester encoding, and for that we will get a sequence of highs and lows, and then for high and low we will simply heat the CPU up or let it cool down. That is all we are going to do. For reading the temperature, generally this is the path. X and Y are integer values. On different systems, you will have slightly different values for same sensor. So before you do this, you need to figure out exactly which of the temperature sensors is going to tell you temperature of CPU, okay? So you need to figure out that, then you just keep repeatedly reading the value out of it, and then find the fluctuation and decode back, doing all the dance in the opposite directions. Now for reading data, point number 1, it should sample temperature at more than 2 times frequency of modulation. Question, why? Why is there constraint of having sampling frequency being more than twice the frequency of modulation? Sorry? Nope. Nope. Nope.
Otherwise you won't see the transitions.
Wrong. Okay, how many of you are from electronics background? Few of you. How many of you studied digital signal processing? Digital image processing? Okay, no one. Fine. There is a theorem called Nyquist theorem. It basically says that you need to sample at more than 2 times frequency of modulation if you want to recreate that signal reliably. And that is why when your headphone is producing audio output of roughly 20 kilohertz, your recording equipment is sampling the audio data at 44.1 kilohertz. It is following that Nyquist theorem. So if you ever studied digital signal processing or you want to look it up, you can pick those books, and this is very clearly defined there, that you need more than 2 times frequency of modulation. Otherwise, you won't be able to recreate the original signal reliably. That is why this condition is there. The rest of the stuff, demodulation, decoding, error correction code to figure out if some bits are wrong, correcting them, then recover original bit stream, and then you can turn it into whatever you want. Now we have demo time. Okay, so there are 2 screenshots and 1 video. So this is 1 screenshot here, and what I am doing, that I have 2 binaries basically. One is writer, one is reader. Writer will basically take data and it will heat the CPU and cool it down in some pattern. That reader binary will simply keep probing the temperature sensor, and it will try to recover whatever is being transmitted here, okay? So this is the recovery part. Here I am saying that, okay, recover 2 bytes instead of 1, and if you pay attention, the first byte is recovered perfectly, and then everything is 0 because there is no transmission after that, okay? Now I will show you the video. Okay, so here what is happening, that I have 2 containers, okay? The only thing that I am sharing with container is the path where I have kept this reader and writer binary, okay? Because I want to run this binary from within the container. Because the whole premise is that we are going to breach the holy container boundary that is supposed to keep us safe. Okay, there are 2 containers. Both binaries are available in both containers. And now what I will do, I will read at one end, that right side, and write from left hand. And okay, let us. If you see here, wait. Oh, okay. So here is the recovery part, and it will complete 16 bits and then exit. Okay, it is exited. Now the second part of the video shows fluctuation in CPU temperature. So I think I have run the sensor utility under watch. Yes. Now pay attention to this part here. This will keep spiking up and going down. $95, $100, $72, going down $70, $69, $68, back to $100, back to $75, and so on. So these two parts of demo are here. Nothing else is shared, and yet I am able to leak data between two containers which are on same host. Okay, so once we have this much, okay. Now the test setup, this is only for reference purpose in case you want to recreate this at your own end. So this is the hardware that I have used. This is the configuration that I have applied before doing this. This is the inner hot loop. These counts are basically number of times I have packed same instruction in the hot loop. Okay, so first one is packed 18 times, second one is 6, third one is 6, and this inner hot loop runs 210 million times per heating cycle. Similarly, there is an outer hot loop. Again, instructions and counts are given to you, and this runs for 210,000 times per heating cycle. And this is the data that I pulled out with some practical stuff. Time period for one heating cycle is approximately 2 seconds. Exact value is between 1950 seconds to 2050 seconds. As per observation, same for cooling cycle. It is programmed to be 2000 milliseconds, so that is exact 2 seconds. Temperature delta is roughly around 20 to 25 degree up, 20 to 25 degree down. This is the peak and average temperature deltas. Peak, the maximum that I am saying is 25 degree up. Average is roughly 20 degree up, and same goes for cooling period. Now, if you repeat this whole thing, there is no guarantee that you get exactly this value. Okay? This is only to serve as some sort of a rough reference guide. Your observation should look somewhat similar to this. Not wildly different from this, but it won't match this one exactly. Maybe your fan runs much faster, maybe you have better heat sink, worse heat sink, the thermal paste is gone bad, or it is new, depends. It should look somewhat similar to this. Now comes detections and countermeasures. How many of you want detections for this? Please raise your hands. Bro, seriously? You want detection and countermeasure for this? Okay, there is no generic detection method, but again, I won't disappoint you. Most of the time, you have to do a lot of witch hunting, which means before you try to figure out any of this, you need to figure out your threat model first. It should not be like that, okay, I heard about side channel attack, so today I am going back to my home and I am going to hunt for side channel attacks. Okay, figure out your threat model. If somewhere in the threat model you see possibility of side channel attacks getting carried out against you, then and only then you start the witch hunt. Otherwise, you escape it completely, because things like this, they look good on presentation stage, but they are not very practical. You do this, and if you want to transmit roughly 5 MB of MP3, it will take around 10 to 11 months of complete transmission. So this is useful only when the data you want to leak is very small and so critical that doing this whole dance is worth doing for that. Otherwise, any of this does not make absolutely any practical sense. And as I said in the beginning, this is done only for social brownie points. That pesky fan smitter is not going to leak anything useful. But the researchers got fame. Oh my God, they leak data from fan. Same goes for Spectre and Meltdown. In practice, if you start doing it, you will need a lot of time to leak very teeny tiny amount of data. And you need a very tight degree of precision to be able to do any of that at all. But Meltdown and Spectre happens, websites are up, cool catchy names are given, presentations are run, and news outlets go wild with the news. Oh my God, unfixable vulnerability. That is the primary reason why things like these are done. Now, the parameters, they may be anything. It may be electromagnetic interference. If you want to read about it, there used to be something called Tempest attack. It can be LEDs. There was one paper where someone was able to leak data out of routers by blinking the LED in some specific pattern. It may be acoustic noise. There was one more paper which used acoustic noise to leak encryption keys out of laptop. It may be brightness of a screen, it may be brightness of some LED, some other light, or maybe sound wave beyond capacity of human ear. And if you are reading the last point, there is a tidbit. A mic is a shitty speaker. A speaker is a shitty mic. Which means that if your target does not allow presence of mic, many times you can use their speakers as makeshift mics to capture some data. And that is something that has been done and published. Now, if you want to see detection for this very specific side channel, generally temperature fluctuation with time looks something like this. There will be variations, but it will not be all over the place. But if the side channel stuff is going on, instead of seeing roughly steady state of temperature, you start seeing wild fluctuations. And those are not spikes like this one. These are rather large and wide fluctuations. Similarly, one can use frequency instead of temperature. So under normal utilization, frequency will be all over the place, but most of the time you will be seeing spikes. But under this specific side channel, again, there will be, instead of spikes, there will be rather wide pillars of fluctuations. Okay? Now, for other parameters, you can probably monitor general state and see if something funny starts happening. Again, depends upon your threat model. Without proper threat model in place, don't do any of this. For countermeasures, sorry, bro, you are out of luck. Okay? But again, for this very specific demonstration, what you can do, that you can take this path, and you can block access to this path from your containers. Your containers don't really have any need to continuously read the temperature. So probably you can do that, but it will only safeguard you from this very specific demo that I have given here. For anything else, you are again out of luck. Okay? Now, the basic countermeasure is you need to restrict access to hardware. Again, that is easier to say and way harder to do, because that is how you end up getting a bunch of different misconfigurations in your containers and Kubernetes infrastructure. Similarly, you can audit the system to figure out if something wrong has happened or some misconfiguration is there. But again, this is easy to say, very hard to do. Because if you try to do this and you say that, okay, I do not want to run my container privileged, but then the software vendor whose software you are using inside container will be like, sir, we need privileged container, sir. Otherwise, no support for you, sir. And the problem is, since you have burnt a lot of money to procure that goddamn software, you are going to suck it up and run the privileged container whether you like it or not. And that is why it is very easy to say for me that, okay, don't run previous container, but in practice, that is not how things actually work. So this is it. Thank you for tolerating me. Thank you.
Thank you for that one. The whole sort of bite rate is a bit slow, but I like that. So I think we have time for like one question. Anyone there? No? Yeah, good one.
Hi, thank you for a very good presentation. You mentioned in the middle there when you were talking about the cooling cycle that the temperature of the heatsink of the processor actually matters. How well would you think that this method works in an environment where you don't completely control these? Say it's a machine that's shared with other processors running, so something else might be heating up your heatsink.
You forgot one important point. This is for social brownie points. Don't take it too seriously. I'm telling you, side channels are not supposed to be taken seriously. They are done for social brownie points. So I am trying to get some social brownie points. Why are you getting serious?
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I think we don't have time for that now, but they can find you and tell you all the cool questions.
Works for me.
Thank you. So please be seated. So we're going to start the next talk in 8 minutes, or be in and out quick. Cool? Thank you, guys.
You're good. And yeah, you have water on the street if you need it. All right, everyone, please take your seats. The next talk is about to begin. So I hope you're having a good time. There's thunderstorms and lightning outside, but inside we're having a pretty good time, at least I am. After this talk, there will be a break for coffee and sandwiches, and also I think the bar will be open. So that's always a good thing. But now, please join me in introducing Hrishikesh Somchatwar.
Hey guys, okay, I was just testing the mic first. So, can you guys hear me? Yes. Guys at the back, my right, yes. Guys at my left, perfect. Guys in the middle, yes. Perfect. Yeah, so wheels of the wonder. Before I could even start talking about, before I could even start bombarding all of you amazing people out there with core engineering concepts and things like that, I would just like to tell you one thing. You guys are amazing. Because this is something which is required to start a specific talk, and I want all of you guys to be with me so that, you know, it gets better for me. That's the whole point of it. So, Wheels of the Wonder. It's about automotive cybersecurity. It's about hardware hacking when it comes to cars. It's about hacking into cars and things related to automotive industry. How many of you guys have heard about hardware hacking or car hacking? Woo, that's a lot of people. So my talk is merely going to be focused on one single component of vehicles. And that component, which I'm going to disclose soon, is not the very common type of vulnerability type of thing, because when car hacking was first introduced to the public world, people used to focus much more on the CAN side and not the other components. And I mean, that's completely fine, because that's how the industry evolves. That's how you actually get started with doing something. I mean, and develop over a bit, develop on it over a little bit period of time. So that's all with the first slide. I hope you like the colors. So we're going to discuss about the structure of the car. We're going to discuss about the attack surface. We're going to discuss about the most important thing, which is abuse techniques. And we're going to conclude that a little bit. I mean, honestly, in security, you can't really conclude on a one specific point, because if you sort of come up with breakage of some sort of an encryption, or if a company is claiming that my product cannot be hacked, then you know the answer, right? So that's the reason why it's pretty hard to sort of conclude that thing on some specific, onto the real public. So we're going to discuss about the electronics of the car. We're going to discuss about the mechanics, the engine control unit and things like that. Not going to go much in depth into it, but still. We're going to discuss about the radio communication. That is one of the core part of this talk. And we're going to discuss about sensors. So here are the vehicle attack vectors. I mean, if you looked at a car back in 2010, you wouldn't be able to figure out with these many components. Of course, that's because the vehicle attack vectors actually are evolving around with time. So when there is one specific single component which is being introduced, for example, a Bluetooth. If Bluetooth is being introduced, then at that point, the hackers and the security researchers out there try to impose their concentration onto that specific single protocol or new feature. Because developers say that it's a bug. Because security researchers say that it's a bug, and developers say that it's a feature. So there is one problem when it comes to doing a pen test of this vehicles in general. That is the component which I said, the telematics control unit is often ignored. Now, the job of a telematics control unit is to become like a master of all of the engine control units which are placed inside the car. So it will have different types of CAN messages, maybe some different kinds of communication protocols, and some talking between one component to other is always going on between these. And as a master ECU, TCU, the telematics control unit will be focused on this. The exploitation of telematics control unit will be focused on this talk. So that's why car hacking. Because if you are including the if you are not focusing our attention on the TCU, then that's what lead to car hacking. So we will be mostly focusing on telematics control unit attacks in this whole talk. That's gonna be the most talked about thing in the whole talk itself. So also, if I'm talking about hacking into a TCU, I'm talking about the exploitations and the hacks which are actually taking place to a specific vehicle out there. So don't take it the other way that he is just talking about a single car component, because it applies to the whole vehicle itself. Make sure you don't make that mistake. So, but before that, I mean, this guy is speaking, coming all of a sudden, talking about the telematics control unit. But who the hell is this guy? I mean, come on, that's how talks are to be designed, because first you should introduce yourself. I don't know, but I did not follow this approach. So who am I? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hrishikesh Somchatwar. I am a master student at Eurocom, and I am formally known as the storytelling hacker on Twitter. I am the best-selling author on Amazon. The name of my book is Hacking the Physical World. It's a light read. It's not a very highly technical core subject read. It's just for the beginners out there who want to get started in this journey. So I've been a speaker and trainer at various different conferences, such as B-Sides Delhi, Cocoon, B-Sides Ahmedabad, Hackfest Canada, DEF CAMP Romania 2019 and 2023, and a bunch of others, which I do. So I have a podcast which is available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and a bunch of others. The name is Storytelling Hacker. So I review research papers there. I give my perspective when it comes to hacking into things, and mostly it is related to hardware hacking and things like that, most on the physical layer and radio sometimes. Maybe I'll do a telco part. So that's it, enough self-promotion. So the attack surface. Now, I am not sure about how an individual does it, but I'm pretty sure that how the attack surface or some sort of a pen test is being carried out in the industry. It is generally by making a mind map. And this is how the mind map looks like. Now guys, just imagine that you guys have been given this different task by one dangerous manager or some weird manager who has been given the thing to give you tasks. So he's kind of weird, and he's tried to be much of a weirdo type of thing. Maybe he's trying to be a bit arrogant or something like that. And you are very new to this industry, and you directly see this image. What would the first emotion which would come to you guys' mind, to the mind of you people, or any person out there? Confusion. So, confusion, right? Me too, because see, when you are starting something with a single component and then building up over it, things get easier. But when you actually try to take all things at a time, consider if I tell you to read the slides of every single talk which has been given right now. Is that going to be easy? That's going to be confusing. So that's the point. I mean, it's going to be confusing. So, and I mean, whenever you are just starting things off, at that time, you are actually coming to know about some new sort of standards. And these are, I feel that these are some sort of a trendy words which are being, I'm not claiming that standards are trendy, okay? Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is, we are actually tend to focus on more on a technical approach. By technical, I don't mean the rebellious hacker kind of approach that you are given a task, just show that task to me. Just if you are able to do it, then your job is done. If you are able to not do it, then it's not done. We are actually going towards some sort of a world that standards are given more priority rather than something else. I mean, just consider a normal pen test approach. If we sort of do some sort of pen testing at that time, people are telling us to go through all of these standards out there, instead of following your own approach. And that's the beauty. I mean, if you give up your own approach, guys, what is the point of being in InfoSec industry, in hacking community, right? Because you guys are engineers, we are hackers. Our main job is to be more of a rebellious nature rather than following some industry specifics. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is my understanding. So that's the reason why I used a different approach. Anybody have seen this TV show? Please raise your hand. Okay, perfect. This is the audience which I'm going to love the most. So Suits, right? Everybody knows about Harvey Specter here, right? Yeah, perfect. So, I mean, I always come to this sort of mind block into while working, that what would happen if I sort of make a mistake? What would happen if somebody tries to dominate me, or some sort of a situation happens? And I sort of come to this sort of process of thinking, what would Harvey do? So this is some sort of a imaginative approach when it comes to doing a pen testing. And of course, you cannot tell the story to your manager, that is for sure. He's going to laugh just like you guys are laughing now, but on a different context. So what would Harvey do? Go all in. Because that is what we guys are doing every time. Whenever you guys or any pen tester is given a problem statement or a challenge, it's his job to complete it, because the reputation is online. I mean, consider if you are the new worker and you are actually given some set of tasks, you are actually given some sort of work, and your reputation is on the line. Because if you mess it up, then the things would be quite different. But then you might not get a project or something like that would happen. That's why. So, enough of the philosophy thing, and here we go, technical stuff. The telematics control unit, this is going to be our target. So, as you can see, this beautiful TCU has a network and a GPS. So this is just to show the image first. So what do? You find out the interfaces first. The interfaces, okay. Interfaces are basically the features list. So whatever the features are there of this specific component, these are going to be the ways or points which can be used to exploit this specific thing. Now, it has a telco chip, it has a GPS, and it has hardware, because it's a hardware tool, and radio. So these are the 4 interfaces which we are going to look at and we are going to focus on while hacking into this telematics control unit. So the telecom part. Anybody who is in telecom industry? Okay, a couple. Okay, there are some. Nice. A couple of people. So here's the flow graph. Now, consider, pardon me for my bad designing skills. Now, this, my friend, is a TCU. So this TCU, consider this as a car itself. And this telematics control unit is sending the data to cloud servers using this BTS, the base station. And it is sending the data to the cloud server and doing it back and forth. So it's like sending, receiving, and all of these things are happening over internet. Now, what we do is we create a fake BTS. We create our own cell phone network, and we try to exploit it. We try to exploit the telematics control unit in this approach. So now, for that, you some sort of create fake BTS, you make fake cell phone networks, you create tricking, you trick the phones, and you sort of make it to connect it with your own fake BTS. Now, in this approach, you use a software-defined radio, which is a USRP B210. That's what we use in our approach. And we used OpenBTS for, because you don't have to go through the technical specifications of doing a downgrade and then exploiting it, because if it's working on OpenBTS, then it's perfect. So, since we created our own fake BTS, we were able to connect that specific BTS also to our own phones. So if we are able to connect it to our phones, you can trick the iPhone. Since I connected it, you can start sending fake calls and texts to your phone as well. That's crazy, right? And of course, we had a lot of fun with it while doing this specific process. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually focusing much more on the setup side first, and then the exploitation side will be covered. So hold your horses. Okay. Yeah, so you can do a lot of things with it. Look at the screenshot out there. It's going to be like, you can use any kind of random number when the device is connected to your fake BTS. You can send your bank, ask any, do some impersonification and ask for bank details. Or, hi Hrishikesh, you're hacked, or something like that. Or any kind of fraud can be done using this technique. So make sure that you don't do it for the bad purpose. So, since you created a number of fake towers, and yeah, so you can see, guys, that this is the So this is the laptop which had my USRP B210, which has created a fake BTS, which has created a fake base station, and it had and here's a phone which was telling of all of the existing cell phone towers which are actually available on the wireless, on the frequency range. And you can see in the second one, this is the test PLM something. So that's the thing. So Now, once you are in, then once you are inside, once you are able to connect that device to your own fake BTS, at that time, you'll be able to see the IMEI, the IMSI, and other important sort of private information which cannot be leaked online. So you can do calls, you can send messages to anybody, and things like that. Now, consider this thing that you are sending your messages, some sort of messages to a specific car, and it is receiving some sort of signal. It is receiving those kind of text messages, and people would go crazy behind it. So now you do the Wireshark analysis of whatever the data which has been transmitted back and forth to the to the TCU, to the telematics control unit. So you can see that the protocol is GSM tap, and you can do the analysis. You can have the PCAP. This is an example of an MITM, which is a man-in-the-middle attack using telco networks. And you can check for interfaces. You can find FOTA credentials, I mean firmware over the updates. Consider if the vendor of the telematics control unit of the or the car actually pushes a firmware over the air update. Once you do that, you can sniff into that link, you can download that link, just do a wget, and have access to all the web portals. So that's serious, right? Now, so the telco part, my favorite part, is done. Now the second favorite parts come into picture, which is hardware. So before that, I mean, how many of you guys know about the IoT router hacking thing? Just raise your hand. IoT hardware hacking, stuff like that. Okay. So whenever you are actually opening up an IoT device, at that time, some people have brought up a tampering device protection into this particular system. So whenever you open up the device, the entire firmware gets burnt up, and because of those sensors out there. So you need to find what are those sensors which are actually available inside the TCU. And for that, you can't literally open up the device. You are given a device, you cannot open it, and you need to figure out if it has a tampering device protection. So what do? You take an X-ray of it. So we did a lot of social engineering to get the X-rays done. And it was very scary, very scary as in, we were pretty scared. If we sort of use the device, if it sorts of messes up with the device, then it might even affect the entire medical X-ray scanner, and it might lead to some havocs. So yeah. So here is the telemetry, and we figured out that it had no it had no tampering protection. So that's the reason why we opened it up. So we opened up the device. Ta-da! So you guys can see that there's a telco chip. You can see this is the antenna. We have a couple of UARTs. Maybe one of them is UART because I have not, remember, so far I have not tried to do the logic analyzer stuff. So still trying to figure out. But you guys can see that there's also a SPI chip and the SoC, the system on chip, it is actually behind it. So these are the communication protocols, and this is the actual baseband chip which was being used to exploit it. I cannot disclose the vendor name, but I'm not going to say anything because I'm on record. And here's the antenna for that. And when you just turn around the device, you see the SoC, the system on chip. And the funny part is, along with the baseband chip, there's also a plastic SIM there. Since there's a plastic SIM, we remove that plastic SIM, we add our own plastic SIM, and we try to connect it to the internet, And then we'll just do the Wireshark analysis, which I just showed right now. Now, since it has the UART connector and all of the debugging pins out there, I use JTagulator. So when I use the JTagulator, I try to figure out that what are the pinouts. And basically, just try to get a root and maybe drink beer after that, because that's what you do. You get a root, you drink the beer. So now the hardware's JTagulator is here. Now we sort of try to sniff in, and then we try to get some data over the serial, and we get some gibberish information. So what we do? We did since it was using a custom baud rate. Now, since it was using a custom baud rate, we did a UART pass-through. So this feature is actually available on the JTagulator. So I mean, like, you can also try to brute force your own different kind of baud rates, and then try to figure out if this which kind of baud rate is supported and things like that. And also do UART brute force, UART pass-through. You do a pinout scan. And that's it. So now you're done with the two parts. You're remaining with the last, or maybe the second last one, GPS part. Now this was pretty straightforward for us, guys. For GPS, we did not have to do a lot of hardware hacking or like try to opening up device or analyze data sheets or something like that. It wasn't required for that time. So, however, even though the process was pretty straightforward, it doesn't look like it was pretty straightforward, right? The reason being, it is because the setup is there, but the setup needs some sort of signals from the GPS satellites. So if it needs the signals from the GPS satellites, it has to be connected to the internet, and it has to be near the window side. This is window, guys. Like, this is a normal window. And we were able to get the UART coordinates on the serial monitor using the custom baud rate, which we figured out back then. I mean, like, the custom baud rate which was being used by doing a UART pass-through. And we were able to get the the coordinates of the specific UART ports. So that is the thing. So it was a TTL data on UART. It was transistor to transistor logic converter was used for it. And same thing, we used, like, since it was a custom baud rate, so we figured out the baud rate, and then we sort of figured it out. And then we used a JTagulator. Now, the setup for GPS was that we just used a HackRF. We created a simulated environment with the HackRF. We disconnected the device from the GPS, then we reconnected it, and we were able to get the data of our own simulated GPS. Now, if it's our own simulated GPS, then you can give the location of even Antarctica of your car while doing this. So we did some jamming. We jammed into the GPS signals. We spoofed into showing some different locations were shown, because just to demonstrate that this attack can be done. And we simulated this, like, since the GPS simulation was taking place in this context. So the telematics control unit plays a major role in car hacking. We cannot ignore that sort of mechanism, and we cannot ignore the telematics control unit, because that is one of the most important key components. Companies should focus more on this specific component, and they should find some sort of security mechanism for the same. The mitigations and security. So the thing is that since it has a different type of, since a vehicle has different types of component in it, you need to make sure that you go in depth with all of those components. Maybe this was being ignored, and that is the reason why we were able to find so many vulnerabilities because we just decided to go all in. And one must know that the severity of these devices are, these flaws are really dangerous. And I mean, consider if you have a vehicle and it is showing the location of Antarctica. Consider if you are driving a vehicle and someone else is sort of getting the data of the cloud servers on his computer. He can often try to open up the camera, or even he can sort of apply some brakes, or maybe just do accidents with it, because this has happened in the past. So this is something which has to be taken care. And that's it from me. And this is how Harvey looks like in a car.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions in the crowd? Do we see a hand anywhere? No? Well, you can always find our great speaker afterwards if you want to ask him something privately. And now I just want to let you all know, before I let you off the stage, that in about 15 minutes, but I think they're already setting up, we're opening the bars, and there's coffee, there's cakes, etc. So please go grab some, relax for a little bit, and we'll be back here a bit later for our final talk of the day. Thank you so much, and thank you again.
Thank you, guys.
All got some refreshments in the break. I can see some of you out there with beer, so that's always a good sign. So just quickly before we start, after this talk is done, I'm going to need you all to vacate this room and go spend some time with the sponsors, etc. Your drink tickets will also be valid in the bar downstairs in the lobby. And that is because we're going to move all the chairs and everything and organize this so it turns into a nice dinner area for us. So hopefully that will work. But now, without any further ado, please join with me in welcoming Alexander Andersson.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to talk about demystifying cloud infrastructure attacks. And the background to this is an attack that looks something like this. This would be a typical classic on-premises attack. This is actually like a red team that we did like way back. And like, to be honest, most of the attacks that I investigate, I'm a forensic investigator at TrueSec, they look something like this. And it's pretty often that it's the on-premises environment that's hit. But the question is, what does it look like when it's in the cloud? And that's what we're going to try to figure out today, and draw that kind of map that we saw for an on-premises classic environment, you know, owning the mainframe, whatever attack, but for the cloud. So first thing, we have some bad news. There are no cloud. But jokes aside, of course, we are going to talk about the platform and all of the things around it. So we have the web APIs, and we have like all the different functions that are sort of standardized, which means that it's actually kind of relevant to talk about this kind of thing. So we're going to dig into an attack, and all parts that we're going to talk about is something that we actually seen in real attacks. If you recognize something here, then don't be worried, because it's several different attacks that I try to put together in a good way, so we don't leak actual attack data here. But key point is, these are real attacks. So hopefully that will give us something and see what our threat actors are actually doing when they're attacking the cloud. So this all starts with a single-factor logon. We all know we should probably not have cloud accounts with single-factor. We look at the device. It's actually a login from an enrolled device. It's in the EDR. And, you know, they changed the user password, so I guess we can all go and drink beer now. Case closed, right? One thing that you should add, and one thing that you love as a forensic investigator, is timestamps. So if we actually look at the timestamps where this happened, we see that the password reset was the first thing that happened. After that, there was a device enrolled. And then you have the single-factor logon, and we didn't really cover, but a typical technique that we see is security information, which I think is a kind of an interesting persistence technique. So when you do like a self-service password reset in Azure, for example, then you have these different factors that you can use to do that, and that is something that we see that I don't think, it's a very simple technique, right, to keep access to an account that we don't talk about. And the password reset, that was what it started with, right? So I guess we should start with figuring out how did that password reset happen. And you see that the password reset was made on this account, which is blacked out, but the user that made the password reset is an account called sync_. And that leads us to a hybrid setup. So that would be a service account that we'll go into more later. But before we do that, we need to just figure out what is hybrid cloud environments and what different setups do enterprises use in that situation. So you have federated, which is what we're going to go through soon, but you can use ADFS or Okta and so on. You might have seen an ADFS server. And you have password authentication, and then you have hash sync. So if we start with federation, what happens is basically that the user goes to the federated app. They say that no, go to Azure Active Directory, which, by the way, is called Entra ID now. But as long as Microsoft keep using Azure AD in their own documentation, I'm going to say Azure and mix it up myself. We see what it's called after the talk. So yes, it says, no, you cannot go here. You need to go to ADFS. So ADFS checks with Active Directory and sees, is this a legitimate account? And they say, yep, it is. And then ADFS signs a token. And that token is given then to enter ID, and it's passed back, and it gives an application-specific token, which finally you can give then to the federated app, and they say, lovely to see you again. So that's sort of the flow, and what you saw here is that we have this kind of chain of trust. So what happens if the threat actor compromises and becomes local admin on the ADFS server? Well, we have, for example, a golden SAML situation. So the threat actor can steal the token signing certificate and the private key, as well as another key that they need. And then they can create their own tokens. Because if you have that secret and signing certificate, then you're the ADFS server. But that doesn't really fit what we saw, right? This is no password reset. This would just give you a valid token, and we just fly by everything. So let's move on to the next one. We have password authentication, which is that you go to AD, and it puts the logon to the queue. And then AD Connect is polling the new logon attempts, and after a while it's going to find it, and it checks, is this a legitimate logon attempt? If it is, then it's going to send basically a bool to enter ID. And that is kind of a problem, because if you own the AD Connect server, that means that you can patch that login W function. There's actually like known tools that does this, like PTA Spy from AAD internals, which is that toolkit is really great in general. But point is, if you own that server, you can send something else instead of what's supposed to be there, right? So you can write your own function that says, if the password is banana, then return true and let the user in. So still, that doesn't fit exactly what we saw in the attack. So let's move on to the third variant, which is password hash sync. And what happens is that the AD Connect syncs all the hashes from Active Directory. And it gets all the hashes. And in Azure, it actually hashes them one more time and adds a salt. And it stores it there, right? So at that point, they have all the hashes, even if they're like not the same anti-hashes that anti-LM hashes that we used to see in normal Active Directory. But it still has a hash that it can compute based on the password, which means that it's able to log in the user. And if we think about like what is needed for this to work, and this probably is going to fit the scenario. So we have, to start with, an account that starts with the msol name, which is an account that can do AD sync. It's an interesting lateral movement, but that would be more of an on-premise kind of thing, right? Then we have this service account that runs the actual service, and then we have an account in Azure. And that account is really interesting because it has privileges to reset passwords naturally, because otherwise it can't sync hashes. We're going to look into that more, but essentially what you need to do here, if you have a local admin on the AD Connect server, is that you need to grab the MDF file where this encrypted data is stored, which contains the clear text password of that sync account. And that is actually encrypted with DP API encryption, which if you're just running in the context of the service account, you can just decrypt it. It's like a reversible encryption, pretty much, right? So if you do this, you're going to see something like this if you have an EDR running on the system. So this is a clue more on our investigation here that they might have done this. And if you check again, we see, yeah, it's actually that sync account, and that is the on-premises directory synchronization account, which is responsible in this customer's environment to sync the accounts. And this account is interesting because it has quite high privileges by default. It has this role, which is not a role that you can actually assign to an account, but it's kind of an internal role in Azure. And it does not only have reset password capabilities, but it also has a bunch of other very interesting capabilities. So this is actually a good example of how we see privilege escalation happening in Azure Active Directory. And if you take this as an example of that, you can see that if you have this account and you have this owner's update, so you can update the owner of an enterprise application, then you can find enterprise applications which have interesting permissions delegated to it. So for example, this backup enterprise app would need to, because it's a backup solution, so it pretty much has access to everything. But on top of that, it also has this directory privilege, which means that if the sync account is used to take over the enterprise app, they can then escalate and create, well, first they create an application secret, right? But then they can use that permission to make themselves domain admin. sorry, global admin, obviously. You hear that I'm coming from old school things on-prem, right? Anyways, before we move on, that app secret thing is actually also a really interesting persistence technique that we've seen in some cases. So it's kind of like at the first instinct, you might check for newly registered enterprise applications, but the threat actor don't need to register a new application if they can just add a secret to an existing application. And aside from the audit log when it happens, which you have 90 days or something by default, once that is gone, there's really no place to see those secrets. You can, with the API, actually export them out and get a creation date and so on, but it's really easy to miss. So it's quite a good persistence technique for Azure Active Directory. And of course, as we saw in that graph, the last step would be to add the user to global admins, right? So, I mean, I guess this makes sense. One thing, though, you saw that the device was enrolled, right? So that's kind of weird. It turns out that in this case, the threat actor figured that it would be more stealthy to log on with a compliant device, so they enrolled it in Intune, which means that it pushed out an EDR agent to the threat actor's machine. So if you're more interested into this, my colleague Hassan has a full talk where he just walks through the entire threat actor's timeline. And of course, you know what I mean, they used it for multiple other attacks and so on. So yeah, that backfired a bit on them, I guess. So if we go back to the graph that we talked about in the beginning, we see that we have something like this, right? So you have a threat actor that's local admin on the AD Connect server that syncs all the hashes and so on, but they were able to extract the service account that's responsible to sync hashes. That also has privileges to take over applications, which they did. Generated an application secret, then made their own user global admin, and of course then exfiltrate data and so on, which we haven't really covered, but yeah, it's not that interesting to see a bunch of downloads, right? The next thing is, how did they get access to the AD Connect server? And when we look in the logs, we see traces from an internal Jenkins server, and I see Jenkins time after time doing incident response. I'm the kind of person that goes to companies that have suffered from an attack. When I talk to my colleagues that work with securing CI/CD pipelines, they say, nah, it's not that common with Jenkins. And I don't know if there's a correlation with that, but I think there's a lot of companies that aren't really doing things the right way, and they are locked into a bunch of plugins and things like that with the Jenkins server that has kept growing over the years. And yeah, they have a hard time maintaining it, and we see that as something that threat actors really like, those Jenkins servers, and we're going to see why soon. So Jenkins has a script console. If you have the administrator permission, you can actually just execute code as a feature on the underlying system, and it's going to execute as the same account that's running the server, naturally, or the service. So it's not great if someone takes over, because then they also take over the underlying system. But on top of that, they don't need to execute code if they just want secrets. So you can dump out all the secrets that you have access to with your account. And that's what we saw in this case. So we carved the file system, and we found this deleted file, which contained a dump of pretty much all the credentials to a bunch of different systems. And that is naturally not a great situation. The thing here is that most of these credentials led to not the Azure environment, but the GCP environment, which means that we're going to soon jump into GCP instead of, or Google Cloud instead of Azure. But before we do that, we also saw that there was a rat running on the Jenkins server, and it tunneled the traffic through Gmail. And I think it's a kind of an interesting thing. I talked to my old colleague Stefan. He said, yeah, this is 10 years old, and I think he's right. But I think this is something that we see in attacks, and there's an interesting caveat with this that we're going to see soon. We're going to see why this is genius and why this is not that genius. But before we do that, let's just understand how this works. So it checks any new draft, any new draft, any new draft, and uses the Google APIs to do so. After a while, the threat actor creates a draft, and it contains a command. It's a bit simplified, obviously. And next time they say any draft, it's going to say, yes, there's a draft, and it executes a command, then it adds an attachment to the draft, which the threat actor then, through that Gmail account, can download, right? So this is really smart because if you're just looking at the network traffic, you're just going to see traffic going to the legitimate Google APIs, right? So that's, if you have a really big environment, that's going to melt in really good. We've seen, I'm talking about Gmail here, but we've also seen Dropbox used this way. We've seen like a Slack integration used this way. And there's a bunch of different variants of this. And also from the other side, we're kind of blind, right? So that is why this is smart, especially like if you're legitimately using Google services or if you're legitimately using Dropbox or any service and they're using the same infrastructure to melt in. But why isn't this that smart? Well, if you're going to do this, you need to have the credentials to that Gmail account on the compromised system. So before you go into evil ideas that, yeah, let's hack the threat actor's Gmail account, I would advise you strongly not to do that for several reasons. The first reason is that it's probably not the threat actor's Gmail account. It's probably an account that they have hacked, so you're probably then hacking into someone's innocent account. And there's a bunch of other reasons, aside from the legal reasons. But the main reason, I think, is that these service providers really hate it when people abuse their services, which means that if you provide them evidence of this going on, they are able, on their side, work and find all of the threat actors' account that they're using, probably. And then they can shut down their entire infrastructure that they're using. So you have a much more efficient way to work than trying to be a cowboy and logging in just because you can, right? So that's the C2. So next question would be, how did I get to the Jenkins server? And what we see in the Jenkins access logs is that there are logons from the container network. So that's not a great setup, obviously, but someone at some point figured that these containers that are like running the build jobs on the Jenkins server needs access to internet and a bunch of internal different things, and it put it on the Docker default network and gave it way more network access than they realized, which means that they can access the web service or like the web UI and API for Jenkins. So let's look into first, how did they compromise that container? So we're going to give a few examples of how we've seen containers being compromised. One of them is an interesting entry in this log, which is that it downloads a package which has like an internal name, version 99999. And some of you might recognize this, as this is something called dependency confusion. So what you're doing is that if you find the name of an internal package that they're using, they are probably hosting that in an internal PyPy repo, and they're using this like extra index URL parameter to pip, which means that it's going to check there, and if there's like the newer version is on the public, it's going to download the newer version because you want the latest or you want version over something. So if there's a namespace or like a name collision here, it's going to go to the latest version, which is obviously going to be version 99999. And this is old, as many of things I'm going to talk about today, but this is used because this is apparently a feature. So what they said is basically use index URL instead, because this is meant to use both sources, but in reality, not a lot of companies want to clone the entire PyPy repo, right? So they are cheating a bit and they're using this extra URL. Plus, this is interesting because back in the day, there's no CVE for this, but just like a few years ago, this actually defaulted to HTTP. And problem is that some Docker images are bundled with very old versions of pip. So we saw this fairly recently, that the threat actor had managed to compromise network infrastructure in the middle, and then they just swapped out the package. That's what's going to be delivered. Because what would happen is that it makes this HTTP request, and PyPy, since several years ago, replies that I don't talk HTTP, so it upgrades to HTTPS. But what we saw was that it did that for every package, but then all of a sudden it replied, oh, here's your package on port 80. So they just basically sent the wrong package, right? And I think this is yet another problem with pip, that there's no CVE, so the image creators or whatever don't know that they cannot use that old version. So another way that we see this happening is if someone gets access to the source code repository, then the build files and so on might be next to the source code, basically. And it would look something like this. So you can just change and swap whatever you want to. Usually, a lot of secrets would be mounted into the container as like environment variables and so on. Those you can't really print because it's going to be censored, but if you just basically foreign code them and print them, then it's all fine. And then you can, decode it on your own after. So finally, we also have a third option, which is shared runners, which I think is interesting. So many organizations are very good with protecting their protected branches and so on, but they also have this vacation summer worker repo, and all of them are going to build on the same server. So if that person or someone who can just create a job that's going to build on the build server are able to push whatever they want there, they could compromise that, and then they can just sit around and wait for the interesting job to come around and pull the environment secrets continuously. In this specific case, what we saw was that we have this weird commit, and what it did was change the requirements file, and it replaced a legitimate package with a package that was hosted on GitHub. And if you diff the legitimate package and this package, you see that it's only one file that changed, and it's the setup py file. So in that file, it was just starting this reverse shell, right? And as part of the build pipeline, you have this pip or install requirements file. So of course, this would then execute in the container. So we add another line to our graph here, and we see that this all originated from this GitLab repo. So there are a few things that we still need to figure out here, right? One of them is, of course, how did they get access to that account in GitLab, which is hosted in Google Cloud? And the other part would be that just because you can reach the Jenkins server over the network, you wouldn't just be administrator all of a sudden, right? You need to first be able to log into that Jenkins server and get those credentials. So let's start with the credentials. What they were able to find in that first time they ran in the container was credentials to be able to SSH into a machine in GCP. And the question is, what do you do when you compromise one machine in GCP? Well, in GCP, they have this amazing default setting, which is to use the default service account. That is a service account that has read access to buckets, among other things. So if you are able to execute code and you root on a GCP machine, you can use this metadata thing to check out how it's configured and what service account it's configured to use. And by the way, this isn't really unique to GCP. Querying metadata from cloud machines is something I think all, if we have app hackers here, know about. It's a typical thing, right? Usually what you need is that you need to be able to set an HTTP header, then you're querying this address from a machine, and you're going to get back metadata. In many cases, it's also badly configured, so this metadata actually contains secrets. But in this case, we're only using it to figure out what account is used. That secret that we can extract there, that would be oftentimes limited if they have restricted it down, and the token that is on the system might not have the full access, even though the actual service account has the full access. But there's another way that we also seen, which is that they look for cloud command line secrets. So if you ever used a AVS CLI or AZ or G-Cloud, whatever all of them are called, you notice that you do an init in the beginning, something is probably created on your system, and then you're sort of magically logged in all the time, right? So what happens is basically that it stores your credentials in some folder, like here we see in I can see the username for obvious reasons. But it's stored in your user folder if it's a Linux system. If it's Windows, it's something app data roaming, blah, blah, blah. And it's usually just stored in a SQLite database. And that would look something like this. So, of course, if you root on a system, eventually, if you're lucky, someone has been on that system running commands against the cloud. Maybe it's because they have like VPCs that only makes it possible to request those APIs from the specific server. It can be many different reasons for using those tools on a cloud resource. But point is, they're able to extract that if they own that server. And if we circle back to like where I come from, the Windows and Enterprise Active Directory environments, we have this problem where if they compromise one system, everything is in the same tier, and then they're able to extract credentials, they're able to extract LSA secrets and hashes, whatever, and then they can jump to the next machine. They repeat the process, they jump to the next one. And that's why I think this is very interesting, because we see kind of exactly the same thing here in Google Cloud. So they're able to extract these tokens, in this case, that has the set metadata privilege, and they're able to add their SSH key to that metadata. That is like under the hood. If you run Geek Cloud, I think it's like compute, SSH, and then the name, blah, blah, blah. It's going to add your SSH key and create a user account with the name of your current session. And if they have that, even if it's whitelisted, maybe they'll be able to just add their own IP, the source IP that they have, and jump to the next one. And once they're on that machine, they're going to just start repeating the process, right? So if we add this all together and you think about like this kind of big GCP environment, and they were able to access this like test server that was maybe using this default service account, all of a sudden they can read a bunch of buckets. One of those buckets contained backups from other machines. They download those, and they get a new set of credentials. They're able to jump to another machine. They dump the credentials there and jump to the next one and next one. You get the point, right? So this is actually how they found that account in Jenkins eventually that had the administer permission. So the flow that we have right now is basically someone is inside the GitHub for some reason. We're going to look into that soon. They're able to run arbitrary code in containers on the Jenkins server, which is this big single machine Jenkins server, and they're able to reach the network. Then getting the credentials from Google Cloud, they're able to execute code in the Jenkins console, and from there, they're able to jump into Azure, which was the final goal of this operation. So let's go into MFA, because of course this customer had MFA on GitLab. And this is, I'm talking about GitLab now, but I think it's even more interesting actually if you look at like GitHub, because what we see is that people feel that GitLab is a social network, and I already have this personal GitHub account. So they're using that to access also their enterprise stuff, which means that when their kid downloads this sketchy crack, they get a info stealer, and all of a sudden they steal all those credentials, and the enterprise GitLab or GitHub or whatever is then compromised. So this is actually kind of a big thing, these info stealers. We see a lot of attacks starting with those. And there's a bunch of different branches of them. Redline is a big one. We also have like Raccoon Stealer and so on. And what they tend to focus on is a bunch of different things, but one of them would be browser secrets. They also steal like, like Bitcoin wallet, blah, 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 right? And they steal a bunch of different things. Key point is why we call them info stealers is that they just steal a bunch of secrets, and some of them even delete themselves after. And then they publish all of these to like these websites, for example, RussianMarkets.to, and there's like Amigos Market, and there's a bunch of different sites that just sells credentials and cookies. So in this case, let's look into browser secrets, because that's what they would have needed to steal, right, to be able to access this. So cookies is interesting. This is nothing new either, right? Cookies have been stolen for quite some time. They should be encrypted, but this is like almost single line how to dump Chrome and all the cookies, because Chrome needs to load all the secrets. They are encrypted the same way that AD Connect secret with DP API, which means that if you're running in the user context, you basically just do an unprotect, and then you have the secrets. So, I mean, in this case, you just start Chrome in debug mode, so you're able to talk to it through a WebSocket, and then you just ask for the cookies, because the cookies are in Chrome already. Another way we're not that great at protecting cookies is our Office apps, by the way. Mr. Docs found this, and it's a super duper elite way to do it. You do a memory dump, and then you just grep for the token, and that's it. Because of course it needs that token in memory, right? So it's fairly easy to be able, if you compromise a machine, to then be able to also compromise the cloud account of that machine. And that is, you know, depressing in a sense, but there are some things that we're doing to make this a bit harder. One of them would be that it's actually pretty good, Azure, at detecting this kind of thing. So it would be like an anomalous token usage, because like the token has traveled to another destination or like another source. On top of that, we have some secrets, and with Windows 11, we have these TPM requirements, which is used to, among other things, store the primary refresh token in the TPM. So if you're not using TPM, it's super easy to just dump the primary refresh token of your Azure account, which means that your account is, well, not in a good state. But if you use TPM, there's at least no way I know that you can extract the secret there. So that would be sort of the attack, right? So we have this other party that are running these info stealer operations. They're selling the credentials, which the threat actor then just buy to get a cookie, jump into a GitLab server, and from there we have all the other steps until they finally got what they were after, which was some high-value targets and their mailboxes and so on in Azure. And you remember that this computer was actually enrolled in the EDR, and this is an additional proof, I would say, of that. So we see them actually browsing RussianMarket.tor in the EDR. So, I mean, when it comes to this, I think we have learned some things, but coming from an on-premises and classic Active Directory thing, and we're thinking Microsoft and Azure, like Active Directory, something they're super, super bad, nothing is ever secure. I'm kind of depressed seeing that we have sort of the same problems in the sort of new modern environments. And I think in many cases it comes back to the fact that, I mean, all of us that work with IT, we usually don't have the best, you know, people don't always listen, we don't have the right resources, blah, blah, blah. They prioritize getting to market instead of prioritizing what we all know that they should prioritize. So finally, we also don't really know how this machine got that stealer. It got it from this link. And before you panic and see that Microsoft GitHub account has been compromised, which, by the way, McAfee were very quick to write on their blog, someone from Bleeping Computer found that, no, it's not compromised. It's an amazing feature in GitHub, which is that you can start a commit message, or so like a comment on a commit, and you can just attach a file that's going to be hosted under the repo. And then you don't even need to post it. It's just going to stay there. So, yeah. Apparently that's a feature. So if you want my slides, I took the liberty of hosting it in the official documentation on GitLab. And with that, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have any questions? Any questions in the crowd? Excuse me. Otherwise, I think you'll have to ask them over dinner. So thank you once more. And as I said before, unfortunately now we're going to have to kick you out of this room. But do be back at 6:30 for the dinner and party and all that good stuff. So see you then.